This morning, I'd like to call the land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County to order for Thursday, April 20th, 2023. What I'd like to do is, like we do every day, is every meeting we start with honoring our God and our great country. So what I'd like to do is ask Commissioner James Satcher if he would send the invocation, and Combat Marine Veteran and Commissioner Jason Bearden if he would say the pledge. So all rise.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for being good to us. Lord, we thank you that even though on our own, we don't deserve it. Nevertheless, you sent your Son to live and to die for each of us, Lord. I pray that today you'd be with us. We know that you are concerned with the affairs of men. And so you pay attention and you care about each of these things. Lord, we thank you for the blessing that's upon this county. We see the growth, and we know that it's something that we have to face, and that we have to make good decisions as we move forward with that. But we understand that part of that growth is because you have blessed us immensely. You have been so wonderful to us, and we're grateful for that. Protect each one of us and our families today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Greer, is there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, we have a few. Updated on April 13th to the advertised public hearings, item number 6, PDR 2218 ZP, Oneco Living Apartments. There's a revised ordinance to include the legal description and public comments. For another advertised public hearing, item number 10, PDR 2213 ZG, Heron Glen. There is a revised ordinance to include legal description, public comments, and updates to the staff report. From Commissioner agenda comments, Commissioner Ron has added an item on the nest, which is also known as the Harvey. And Commissioner Ron has also added an item for wetland mitigation banks. Updates dated April 19th include citizen comments, and the public comments have been included for the future agenda items. For advertised public hearings, item 4, PDC 2204 ZP, AAA Storage US 41. There have been updates from the Planning Commission, revised alternate motion for approval, and a revised ordinance to correct signature block attached. Item number 5, PDR 2211 ZP, the Paddocks rezone with preliminary site plan. There's updates from the Planning Commission, revised alternate motion for approval, and revised ordinance to correct signature block attached. Item number 6, PDR 2218 ZP, Oneco Living Apartments. This item has been moved to presentation scheduled. Updates to the report, to the specific approval, and updates from Planning Commission, the revised specific approval request from the applicant, revised preliminary site plan, revised ordinance in strike-through underlined format to add specific approval and correct signature block, and the addition of public comments were attached. Item 7, PDR 1909 PR, Rye Crossing, Hirsch PSP amendment. There's a revised ordinance to correct the signature block. Item number 8, PDR 2231P, Dunkin Jubilee. There's a revised ordinance to correct the signature block. Also under presentation scheduled, item number 9, 1:30 p.m. time certain, the mediated settlement agreement of Special Magistrate Clifford Shepard regarding Resolution R-22094, denying application number PDR 2107ZG. There's a revised ordinance to correct signature block. Item number 10, PDR 2213ZG, Heron Glen. There were also updates from Planning Commission, revised alternate motion for approval, additional public comments, and revised ordinance to correct the signature block. More updates from April 19th include on the consent agenda, item 14, approval of resolution R23077 to change the authorized signatures on the BOA disbursement account to recognize the new chairman and the first vice chairman for BOCC. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any changes or updates from the county attorney's office?
No changes.
All right, once again, there will be an item that at 1:30 that is time certain, so we'll make sure that happens at that time. Any requests from,
Commissioner Ron, before we get started, will you allow me a quick point of personal privilege?
yes, ma'am, go ahead, Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, I made a vote which I have since, upon further reflection, come to believe was not in the best interest of the county. And today, I would like to make a motion to appoint Kevin Van Ostenbridge as chair of County Commission. And that is a motion.
Oh, I want,
Madam Attorney?
just slightly fine tuning, so
Thank you. Let
fine tuning could be that I move to remove Commissioner Ron as chair and appoint,
sorry,
as
Commissioner Ron.
acting chair and appoint him. Well, we've got documentation here, I just make sure, and appoint Commissioner Von Ostenbridge as chair.
As stated by the attorney, that is my motion. Yeah, does that,
After, if a motion passes, what you normally do, you reorganize and appoint the other commissioners, vice chair, and so forth. We never did that last
You
time
guys getting
because
the
it
motion
was.
up? George, is that it? All right, there has been a motion by Commissioner Ballard and seconded by Commissioner Cruz to reinstate Commissioner Van Ostenbridge as chair of the Board of County Commissioners. And it's on your queue right now. If you would please vote. Do I need to public
It's
comment?
procedural, so.
Okay, do you mean call for public comment? Okay, I'm not gonna call for it. Okay,
Is a motion up?
all the votes have been in?
Is there a motion on this? I didn't,
Yeah, the motion's up, and,
it was not on my screen, I just,
okay, sorry about that.
Can I just-
The motion,
I know,
the motion,
see it.
His
so-
is just for reference, he doesn't have the.
yeah, the motion carries 4-2 with Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Bearden opposing, and Commissioner Abaugh is absent. So, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, thank you.
do you wanna come down here, or do you wanna pass the gavel?
You guys want to rethink your other vote? I'll second that one too.
No, sir, we'll move forward with county business. Are there any requests by commissioners?
Mr. County Attorney, I'm sorry.
I'm
Mr.
sorry to
Chair?
interrupt, sir. We'll need to pull the clerk's item and remove that from the agenda because that was to change the signatures reflecting the change in chairman position. So that needs to be withdrawn. All right, I just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any items that commissioners would like to pull from today's consent agenda?
I would like to thank Mr. Chair for allowing me to be chair for all of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, quickly, do we need to reappoint the other positions now, or?
I would defer to the county attorney, who I think has stepped out.
Can we do this at the end?
Yeah, why don't we?
Yeah,
circle-
let's do it at the end.
Yeah, let's circle this up at the end of the
No,
meeting.
we
Sounds
can
good
do
to
it at
me.
the end, but I suggest we get appropriate seating and we just take a 5-minute break. Just for the record, I mean,
Well, he's the
if
chair.
he's chairing the meeting, then we gotta switch seats.
Okay, we're going to recess this meeting for 5 minutes. We'll resume in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So, Commissioners, are there any items that you would like pulled from today's consent agenda? I believe number 19 needs to be, is that right? 14 needs to be pulled, which is a little bit out of sequence. I'm not sure if I can pull things off the consent agenda or not. So if Commissioner Cruz would like to pull item 14, or Commissioner Ron, or Commissioner Bearden, or Commissioner Ballard, or Commissioner Satcher.
I will, Mr. Chair, I move to pull item 14 off.
Okay, so we're going to pull 14 from consent. Number 14.
There's no vote required, it just removed. No action.
Perfect, okay. Are there any other items to be pulled from consent? Okay, hearing none, we'll go into citizen comment on future agenda items. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda but may appear on a future agenda before this board? I have three people signed up. We have Captain Thomas Carter, sir. After Captain Thomas Carter will be Diane Carter and then Carol Huntinger. That'll be the first three. After that, we'll open it up to anyone in the audience. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda, but may appear on a future agenda before this board. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board on those items. Please state your first and last name and your county of residence.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. Sir, I'm Thomas Carter. I'm Captain, U.S. Army, retired. Sir, I have a petition to stop the roundabout that's signed by 91 concerned citizens that I would like to put into the record. I would ask for an additional 5 minutes to speak based on these.
Sir, you have 3 minutes to address the board.
All right. The first picture up here is how do you build a roundabout and how many cars per hour you need. And to build a small roundabout, you would need 1,200 vehicles per hour. You don't have that in Creekwood. Mr. Chairman, the amount of people who did not know about this project, the mall management company did not know about it. Lowell's management company did not know about this. Lowell's actually said, if you do anything to our foot traffic, they're going to close the store. And if you close the store, what does that do to your tax base? Many citizens are concerned about it, businesses and taxpayers who actually signed that petition. They are in favor of using the 2 left-hand turn lanes that are there. And that's what that petition does. I have actually sent an email to the Public Works and asked them to go ahead and stop the left-hand turn in there, put a right-hand turn lane in, and do not do anything on Creekwood Boulevard. Use the 2 left turns that are already there. Do that for 6 months and see what happens. That's what this whole project is revised for. So with that, my 3 minutes, I'm going to stop. But I ask that you accept this petition.
Yes, sir, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hand that to the clerk. Diane Carter?
We're done.
Nope, okay. Carol Huntinger. Ma'am, when you reach the podium, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board on a future agenda item.
My name is Carol Huttinger, and I belong to Manatee County. I've lived here most of my life, 70 years of my life. I want to talk about the bridges that are coming across to get into Bradenton and get it back to Palmetto. We need something better than what we've got now, and I understand you're going to be building another bridge that is not going to be acceptable for all this traffic that is coming across the waters. Also, where are we going to get water for all our building that we're doing? And I think the developers should be paying more impact fees than what they're paying to help pay for all these roads and everything. That's all I've got to say.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to address the board on a future agenda item? Future agenda items. Okay, we're going to close public comment on future agenda items. If you're here to speak on a specific item on the agenda, as we call each item, we'll hold public comment on that item when the item is being heard. All right, we'll move on to consent. Is there any citizen comment on any of the items on today's consent agenda? Any citizen comment or public comment for today's consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, we will close citizen comment on consent agenda items and will entertain motions on today's consent agenda minus item number 14.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve the consent agenda minus item 14 has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. Commissioner Cruz on your screen. There you go. Commissioner Ron on your screen. There we are. And we've held public comment on consent, so we can cast our votes now. Madam Clerk, the consent agenda passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent. All right, we're going to move right into the agenda then. We'll start with Development Services, advertised public hearings, presentation upon request. Mrs. Greer, if you would please introduce item number 4 into the record.
Item number 4, PDC 2204ZP, AAA Storage, US 41. It's quasi-judicial, and Kevin Oatman is present from staff. This is a rezoning of approximately 5.59 acres, generally located on the southeast corner of US 41 and 85th Street East, commonly known as 2419 85th Street East, Palmetto, from A1 Agricultural Suburban to the PDC Plan Development Commercial Zoning District, subject to entranceway requirements and approving a preliminary site plan for the construction of 6 single-story buildings with a gross floor area of approximately 95,510 square feet for mini storage, self-storage uses, and associated parking, utilities, and stormwater management infrastructure.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Commissioners, another much-needed storage unit for Manatee County.
We don't have basements.
We don't have basements, that's true. It's presentation upon request. Would any commissioners like to request a presentation on item number 4?
No.
No.
Okay, hearing none, we can queue up item number 4 on our screens, and I'll open this up to public comment. In the meantime, is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 4 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and we'll entertain motions at this time. Commissioner Ron has made a motion to approve and has been seconded by Commissioner Bearden. We've held public comment. There's no one on the board for discussion. We can cast our votes now. Madam Clerk, item number 4 passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent. We'll move on to item number 5. Mrs. Greer.
Item number 5, PDR 2211ZP, the Paddocks rezone with preliminary site plan. This is quasi-judicial, and Monica Gann is here for staff. Rezone of approximately 5.43 acres, part of an approximately 85.91 acre site, generally located on the southwest corner of 37th Street East and 36th Avenue East, which is Ellington Gillette Road, and extending south for half a mile to 29th Street East, commonly known as 2920 and 2904 29th Street East, Palmetto, from RSF 4.5, which is approximately 2.05 acres, and A1, which is 3.3 acres, to the PDR Plan Development Residential Zoning District and a preliminary site plan for 264 single-family detached residential units.
All right, this is presentation upon request also. Are there any commissioners who'd like to request a presentation on item number 5? Okay, seeing no one, if we could queue up item number 5 on our screens, and I'll go to public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to address the board regarding item number 5 on today's agenda? Item number 5. Seeing no one.
Oh, Mr. Chair, did we disclose ex parte communications?
Oh, I apologize, that's quasi.
We were going.
First day as chair.
Yes, I just got here. Commissioners, would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication on item number 5? Okay, hearing none. Madam County Attorney, I did not request ex parte communication disclosures on item number 4 either. Should I do that at this time, or do we need
Well,
to do
we'll
it
just
some
finish
other way?
5, and then we'll
We'll
do it.
finish
Then we'll
5.
go back.
Okay. So we're going to open public comment on item number 5. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 5 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment, and we'll entertain motions. Commissioner Cruz has made a motion to approve. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We've held public comment. There's no one on the board for discussion. We cast our votes now. Casting our votes now. Okay. And so, Madam Clerk, item number 5 passes by a vote of 5-1, with Commissioner Satcher in opposition and Commissioner Baugh absent. Commissioners, at this time, is there anyone who would like to disclose any ex parte communication regarding item number 4, which was quasi-judicial, and it was the storage unit? Any ex parte communication? Okay. Hearing none, then we're going to move on to item number 7. Mrs. Greer, please read item number 7 into the record.
PDR 1909 PR, Rye Crossing Hirsch PSP Amendment, amending and reinstating zoning ordinance number PDR 1909 ZP, approving the following changes to the preliminary site plan. 1, adding 1 40-foot reduced width right-of-way, providing connectivity and cross-access adjacent to the parcel to the south of the project. Number 2, modifying all internal roadways from public to private roadways in accordance with the Land Development Code requirements. Number 3, reducing the overall number of residential lots from 118 to 116. And 4, removing the buffer plantings required by the North Central Overlay District and provide plantings in accordance with the LDC requirements. For a property that is zoned PDR within the UF3 urban fringe, future land use category, on approximately 39.65 acres, generally located 0.25 miles north of Upper Manatee River Road, having road frontage along the east side of Rye Road North, and with the address of 1234 North Rye Road Parish.
Sounds made up.
Thank you, ma'am. This one a little more complex. It is presentation upon request. I asked a lot of questions in my briefing. I'm sure you all did too. Is there any commissioner who would like to request a presentation on item number 7?
Yes.
Okay, we have a presentation has been requested. Who is here from staff for this item? And let's start off with, is there any ex parte communication to disclose on this item? Okay.
What just got handed out is not this item.
Okay. I
Correct.
hadn't even looked at what was just handed out yet,
That's,
but,
Harold,
okay.
yeah, that's later on.
Okay,
Then
so,
no.
That's for 10.
okay, who is here to represent the applicant for item number 7? Ma'am. Yeah, at this time, before we get started with this, let's have anyone who intends to speak or address this board from this point on in the meeting, please stand and be sworn by the chair. If you have any intentions of addressing the board at the podium, public comment, please stand at this time. Even if you think you might, because we'll have to end up swearing you in later. Please stand and be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Ria Lopez with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. I have been sworn and my county of residence is Pasco County. I have a presentation.
Do we need to take a quick recess? David, do you need a couple minutes? Okay.
Apologies for the delay, and thank you for your patience. Right, so the request we have before you today is an amendment to the Hirsch or Rye Crossing preliminary site plan. Here with me today, we have representatives from the applicant Four-Star, Mr. John Barnett. We also have our project engineer, Mr. Dan Bond. And from RVI Planning, we also have Lindsay Craig present. So the project, as you can see, is located north of Lake Manatee along North Rye Road, just north of its intersection with Upper Manatee River Road. It is roughly 40 acres in size, and it's accessed from North Rye Road, which is immediately to the west. The project is currently under construction. It is within the UF3 future land use category, and it was zoned planned development residential in 2019 per PDR 1909 ZP. Our request before you today is to make changes to the preliminary site plan that was approved with the zoning. This request consists of 4 separate parts. The first and the most important being providing an interconnection to the south, connecting to the Rutland PDR. The Rutland PDR was approved in October last year by the board and already reflects this interconnection to the north. So in a sense, this amendment is to reciprocate that interconnection through this project. The next request we have is to convert all roadways within the project from public to private. The developer intends to gate the community, and so to that end, the roads will be privately owned and maintained. In order to, again, create a gated community, we have to reduce the lots by 2 in order to accommodate the gated entry features. So that is why we are requesting a reduction in the total number of units from 118 to 116 units. And then lastly, we are requesting to change the plantings within the buffers planned from those that were required per the North Central Overlay District to those that are required by the LDC. The widths of the buffers will remain the same. So in a sense, we are providing enhanced buffer widths of 50-foot roadway buffers and 20-foot green belts along the property edges. We are not requesting any additional changes to proposed use, which will stay a single-family detached residential. The buffer widths, as I mentioned, will remain the same, and overall, the site design also remains the same. So with that, in conclusion, we received a recommendation of approval for this project from the Planning Commission. The project is consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan. It is also consistent with the Manatee County LDC, and it is consistent with the intent of prior approvals. We respectfully request for the board's approval. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Who is here? Oh, are there any questions for the applicant? No one's on the board. No questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Marshall? Presenting for staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Marshall Robinson, and I have been sworn. I have a presentation to present if you'd like to see it, but Ms. Lopez captured all of my talking points in the staff report and all the particulars for the land use, but there is a access item that I believe we have transportation here to speak on if anybody has any questions.
Commissioners, is there anything, do we want a full presentation, or do you want Marshall to sort of hit the highlights and discuss his access point? Option B.
Option B, but I did have one question for him.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So the North Central Overlay, I mean, we already had the votes. That already went away. Why are they Do they still need to mention that in their presentation, or is that just an older, maybe they prepared their application earlier?
Well, Commissioner, when they came in for the revision, that was already approved and required of the approved ordinance, so it was carrying itself forward into this proposed revision here, and at that time, they wanted to clean up those performance measures by
Okay.
taking them down to the base requirements without the NCO now.
Okay, and keeping some of those buffers, it sounds like. So, I mean, that's
Yes,
kind of
sir.
a positive for people from the area. So just for anyone watching at home, the NCO is something that's already been repealed regardless of where those votes came from. It's gone, so we don't have the authority to hold someone to that at this point regardless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Marshall, would you address your traffic concern?
Yes, sir. So as Rhea was saying, Commissioner, we approved, or the board approved, the Rutland rezone project, which is the southern project. You see the project here labeled Rye Crossing. That project to the south there was the Rutland project. It was a PDR that was approved for over 100 units, and it was required a second means of access. So Rutland project was in coordination with this project, Rye Crossing, to coordinate a cross-access there at the common boundary that splits the two projects. And so what Rye Crossing has done is now they have shown the cross-access here in this location. And I believe they got a design exception for some reduced right-of-way here at this location. And there was previously a lot there at the location of where they're proposing the cross-access. That lot has been removed and relocated. And that was the adjustment in the number of lots from, I think it's 118 to 116. So they'll still have to go through final site plan and construction plan approval to create and construct this access here. I should mention that the project already has in place with its original approval, a specific approval that relieved them from the second means of access. So that specific approval in theory will just kind of live on until such time the second access is here, and then it kind of makes that specific approval for not having two means of access moot, because now we'll achieve access with the north property and the south property meeting the second means of access once this is constructed. And I believe we have traffic engineering or someone here from traffic that can speak more intelligently on the engineering.
You speak very intelligently, Marshall.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, are there any questions for staff at this time? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on the item currently being heard, which is item number 7? Any public comment on item number 7? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to questions, discussions, anything for staff or the applicant from commissioners. Okay, hearing none. Marshall, anything further? Okay. Applicant rebuttal, anything further? Okay. Well, commissioners, we've heard from everyone. There's no one on the board to speak. We've held public comment. There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Bearden. Has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We can cast our votes at this time. And Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent. We'll move on to item number 8. Mrs. DePaul, would you please introduce item number 8 into the record?
Thank you. Item number 8, PDR-22-31P, Dunkin Jubilee. Neil Signature Homes LLC is the owner. It's PLN 2209-0047. And we've got Emmeline Potts here as the planner to present if a presentation is requested by the board.
Commissioners, would anyone like to request a presentation on Dunkin Jubilee? Okay. I'm sorry? It'll be a nice addition to District 3. Looking forward to it. I don't get many on these land use meetings, but all right. So no presentation requested. Is there any quasi-judicial? Excuse me. It's quasi-judicial. So is there any ex parte communication to be disclosed on this item? Okay. Hearing none, we'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to comment on item number 8 on today's agenda? Okay. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and we'll entertain motions at this time.
It's not up on the screen, but I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Satcher has made a motion. Oh, nope, hold on. Commissioner Satcher has made a motion, and Commissioner Cruz has seconded the motion to approve. We can cast our votes now. No one's on the board for discussion, and we've held public comment. Madam Clerk, item number 8 passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent. We're going to jump around just a bit on the agenda today. We're going to leave item number 8. We're going to skip item number 9 as it's time certain for 1:30, and we will go to item number 6. Mrs. DePaul, would you please introduce item number 6 under the record? These are all presentations scheduled.
Okay. Item number 6, PDR-22-18, ZP, Oneco Living Apartments, Sharon Sharaby, with Sharon Sharaby as the owner. It's PLN 2205-0148, and we've got Laura Gonzalez here to present.
Thank you, ma'am. This item is quasi-judicial. Commissioners, would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication on this item?
I have had.
Commissioner Ballard.
Sorry about that. This is essentially my neighborhood. I have kids in school at Community Christian. I've had several people approach me and mention it, just out in the community.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Who is here to represent the applicant?
Hello, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Bob Gauze with Gauze & Associates, Manatee County, and I have been sworn. So we can bring it up. And this project before you is Oneco Living Apartments. I'm joined here today. My client, Sharon Sharaby, is here in the audience, along with his in-house planner, Twee Turner, and his attorney, Rod Feiner. Also here today is Michael Yates from Palm Traffic. So we have the team here today. And this is a request to rezone the property from RSF 4.5 to PDR with the Affordable Workforce Housing Density Bonus. We are also requesting 2 specific approval requests. One is to allow us to eliminate the required fence on the west side abutting the railroad tracks, and I'll explain that during the presentation. And the other is new since the Planning Commission, quite frankly, is from when I went out there to repost a sign that had disappeared after the Planning Commission and realized we probably should ask for another specific approval, which is to move the required 6-foot fence from where we normally would place it and put it at the property line. And I'll explain that during the presentation as well. And I think when you see the presentation, you'll understand. The property, as you know, is located on the south side of 51st Avenue by 18th Street Court East. You can see it here on this map, and we've got an Oneco Square Plaza about a quarter mile to the west. You've got Walmart over there to the east. The Oneco Square Plaza, I sort of identified it because Sharon Sharaby and his business partner, Guy Leventon, own that. And for anybody that has watched that facility over the last decade or so, they know that that facility went from being empty, basically, for a long time, and now it's 100% occupied, and that's because they came in, they acquired it, and they found a way to encourage businesses to be in that plaza, because they see that as an opportunity, not just for themselves, but also for the community. The site is basically vacant. It's got a house on it. It's, like I said, RSF 4.5. It's in the future land use Res 9. It's not really in a flood zone per se, although the 100-year floodplain does touch it. And as you can see, it's got a few trees, and it's got some garbage that's been dumped on it. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that during the presentation. It's located well within the southwest TIF area, which creates opportunities both for my client as well as for Manatee County to address issues that they have existing in the area. This is a picture of standing at the corner of 18th Street Court East and 51st Avenue that is looking to the east, kind of showing you what it looks like there at the intersection and some of the utilities that are sitting right there next to the road. This is from that same intersection looking to the west, so you can see that. This is actually when I went out to the Planning Commission, I took some pictures. This is the view across the street on the north side of 51st Avenue East. And this is just because I had to put it in the presentation, because you just can't make this stuff up. I had.
Is that you?
That is not me. That's me holding the camera. I literally walked across the property. I was standing out there and watched this guy walk around, and then I watched him crawl in the window, and they stayed there quite a while. And I finally thought, I got to get a picture of this. So, okay, this is a view looking south down 18th Street Court East. And the importance of this picture is, as you can see, there are no driveways there's a 6-foot fence on the other side of 18th Street Court East. This is a view at the southeast corner of our property. This is Mr. Straka's property, and this is going to play a role into that second specific approval request. I'll tell you now that the reason for that specific approval request is that it occurred to us that if we don't put that fence on our property line, we can assume that any landscaping we put on the outside of it's going to get destroyed. And we'd rather not have that happen, so we'd talk to staff, so we'd like to see if we can put that fence. You know, it's not just to block a view, it's, in this case, it's also to try and keep stuff off our property and allow the landscaping we add to survive. This is a view south across the ditch that's on the south side of the property. This is Mr. Kinney's property, and the view that across there. That's not much of an issue to us. The 6-foot fence where it normally would go is not a concern to us because it'll block the view. This is a view to the west as the train's going by on the CSX tracks. That is the reason for the original specific approval request, which a 6-foot fence doesn't hide a locomotive, but we can put some additional trees and some shrubs. Also, Manatee County is going to require an easement to maintain this ditch, which is this ditch, and the fence is going to be in the way for everybody involved. And so we asked if we could get rid of that and just use landscaping instead, and that is the reason for that. This is actually the plan. We're actually requesting that we be allowed to put 94 dwelling units in here. And we get that because of the density bonus associated with the affordable workforce housing. Now, I want to make something real clear because everybody, that's what the certificate's called, affordable workforce. The reality is it's not Section 8 housing. My client doesn't want anything to do with Section 8 housing. You have to meet at certain income levels to get in. There's going to be on-site management at this facility. But that is the reason we're allowed to request the density bonus. We're going to have a gross density of about 17.6, a little over 19 as a net density. And so we have done the traffic study, traffic impact analysis, traffic access assessment, and it's been submitted and the county staff has reviewed and approved it. So we comply with the county standards on that. So really we've tried to do it in a way, and if you look at how we've designed the building and the placement of the building, we've tried to minimize any impacts on as many residents as we could with the way we designed this building. And again, it's a 3-story building. You'll hear comments about how it's a high-rise. It's not. It's a 3-story building which you could actually build on a single-family lot. I may have gotten something out of order, but this one right here, we did a review of we're in Census Tract 8.11. And so I'm just bringing this up. We're next to, I think, 2.03. And you can look and see what the the per capita income levels are in that census tract. It's $17,800. I think it's $26,000 for the next door neighbor's census tract. And that is a big part of when you're looking at trying to provide housing and workforce housing and stuff. You look for where people live that need that affordable housing. And it's all about location. And in this case, this location is located just a quarter mile from Oneco Square Plaza. It's close to Walmart. It's close to bus route number 8. There's, I think, bus route number 16 pretty close by. So you suddenly, Oneco Elementary School is within walking distance of this site. So you start looking at where do you want to place housing, and what's more importantly, where do you want to put affordable housing and places for teachers and police officers to live. Well, you want to put where they've got services close by and you don't have to be driving all over Manatee County to get to them. We did have a neighborhood workshop. It was back on March 14th, and we identified, there were several issues discussed. One of the issues was traffic. We talked about the fact that we had done the traffic study, that they had complied with all county standards, and the statement was made, well, you haven't looked at it on weekends. So we went out and we had traffic counts done for all 7 days of the week. And as you can see, traffic actually goes down on the weekend, which is what you usually assume, but that's actually what the traffic counts demonstrated. We heard concerns about a high-rise. Again, it's a 3-story building. It is not a high-rise. We heard concern about stormwater and floodplain. Well, if you see, that's kind of an approximation, but the floodplain is basically contained in a ditch, in the ditches. And that's based on the Manatee County Swift Mud study that was done, and they have established that that is where the floodplain actually is. It's the property, if you were to look at FEMA maps, you'd say, oh, well, the floodplain encompasses the property, but that's not correct. And the county and the Swift Mud study didn't confirm that. We had concerns brought up about a landfill, an illegal landfill. So I will tell you, the first call I made, really the next morning, was to Mike Burnett at Burnett's Nursery, whose family has owned their property since 1931 and has been out there. And he grew up out there. And I said, Mike, I just heard this. Can you tell me about this? And he says, I've never seen any dumping out there. He says, I used to work for Mr. Simmons, who owned the property. I cleaned the duckweed off his pond. He says, I'll check with my mom too. And came back and said, Mr. Simmons would never have allowed that to have occurred. So that made me feel good, but that's hearsay. That's what that is. So we had a phase 1 assessment done on it, and, you know, you can see some of what we found. You know, there is some, and I apologize for that. I have a 10 o'clock recurring meeting alarm, sorry. Is there a $10 fine for that? I apologize. Anyway, there used to be a tire waste collection center a couple of houses down to the east of our site. There's been some minor dumping on the site, but overall, the assessment came back that this is basically nothing that we have any concern about. And we started wondering about the dumping, and so I went back through the aerials. Well, when did any kind of dumping start? And here's 2008. The aerial, you can see kind of the southwest corner where we've got a problem. And at that point, when that property owner acquired it, everything was pretty clean. 2009, you see the first cars start to show up on that property. By 2012, 13, you start to see a few more. By 2017, and this is how it happens, well, the wheels had started to come off. You can see that more and more stuff is showing up. And by 2022, you can see it's everywhere. And that doesn't mean that person put it all there. It just means that it seems to be growing out. And if you look at it today, that's what you see. And again, that is why we're saying we want to put that 6-foot fence right on our property line, because we're concerned about it. And we can't make that place get cleaned up, but we can at least try and keep it off of our property. So we've got, I've sort of lost my place and I apologize. So we're just trying to develop this property, you know, with existing conditions. We've done the traffic studies. We are going to widen 18th Street Court East to a 24-foot wide county road. The county staff suggested that, you know, we make sure we improve that road, and so that road is proposed to be, from our entrance up to 51st, that is proposed to be revised and brought to county standards. And again, we're still asking for the specific approvals. And we're not talking about building an ugly building. We're talking about a CMU constructed building. And this is our architect's rendering of what the building is going to look like. And we have, you know, county staff had concerns about noise from the train, and we've agreed impact windows will help a lot with any noise issues. So we're trying to do something good for the neighborhood. We are in compliance with the comprehensive plan. We are in compliance with the land development code. We received a 5-0 recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, and we are asking for your approval of this project today. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Gause. There are two commissioners on the board with questions for the applicant, Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Ron. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I just have one question. It keeps talking about affordable housing using the density bonus to get double the density, 25% for. We've kind of tiered our affordable housing relative to that now. 80% and below is inclusive of impact fees and monetary. 120 below is the density bonus. Both require the land use agreement. This, unless I missed it, this didn't specify what your rents are, what you're declaring affordable for the sake of the 25%.
We're using the SHIP rates that Manatee County has, and our understanding is that right now we're going to provide a minimum of 25% of them will be affordable, and half of those have to be in the 50 to 80%, and the other half can be in the 80 to 120%.
Okay,
so that's sort of how it's set up, and we're committing to a minimum of 25%. But as you know, the state just changed did a bunch of legislation, and the affordable housing and all that is starting to change. So we'll continue to work with staff to see if there are other things that can be done, because ultimately the goal is to end up with a project that we can all be proud of, and also try and deal with the fact that we've got a massive shortage of affordable places for people to live.
All right, so of your 25%, approximately half are going to be at the 80% and below range,
Right.
Probably looking for the impact fee credits and so forth. The
Yes,
other
sir.
half are going to be the 80 to 120, still gets you a density bonus, but doesn't
Right.
get you the monetary
Yes, sir.
assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Gauze.
Good morning.
Real quick, you're making the improvements on 18th Street Court East. Is that going to include sidewalks on both
I
sides
think,
or
yeah,
one
we're
side?
providing for a sidewalk, yes, sir,
And that's just on one side of the road or both sides?
just on one side.
Okay, thank you. Also, when you're coming in off of 51st Avenue East onto 18th, is that just going to be turn lanes, or is there going to be signalized light there, or?
No, sir.
Strictly turn lanes?
No, sir. And part of the reason for that is there's so many constrictions on that intersection that we looked at different ways that a turn lane could be done, and we couldn't figure out one that could be done with the available right-of-way and the constrictions that are there. So, no.
Okay, so it'll be good luck turning in and out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
I see Mr. Yates is aching to come down here.
I like Mr. Gauze's answer, yes, sir. This is-
Yep, I'm not going to lie to you about it.
Hi, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I just want to address your comment. As Mr. Gauze indicated, we did look at trying to provide the turn lane. As you saw in the presentation, there are utilities in that southeast corner. There's also limited right-of-way on the north side that makes the roadway constrained. We did an exhibit that tried to look at putting in a turn lane that just would not work. We did do traffic counts out there. We did do an operational analysis that showed the intersection would work without the turn lane and that it would operate at acceptable level of service and meet all Manatee County's operational standards without the turn lane.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm very familiar with this area, and my biggest concern is the traffic. 18th Street Court East is little more than a path. I mean, 2 cars can't comfortably pass on that street. I actually drove that way to work this morning just to get a look in preparation for this meeting. And I mean, that road is extremely narrow. Most people who are turning out of the development are not going to be turning north to go to 51st. Most are going to be turning south to get onto 53rd, which is kind of the main thoroughfare. So I am highly concerned about that southern part of that street that's not going to be improved. So what kind of improvements are you looking at on that north side? And how does your study account for that southern side of 18th Street Court East?
Well, I'll let Mike come back up in a minute,
Sure.
but we are improving 18th to 51st. We see that as the way that most people would choose to go.
I don't know.
For one thing, if you go south on 18th, you can't make a left turn. So if you're going south to make a left turn, that doesn't make any sense. If you're going south to make a right turn, then you may just as well go out on 51st where you come out onto a traffic light. And we think that that is where the majority of people will go, as well as going, if they're going to the Walmart or trying to head east, they'll take a right turn on 51st, head out to 301, where again, you have a traffic signal. And so we think that that is how traffic will actually distribute. 18th Street Court East is a constrained road. I don't think the county staff feels that that can be widened. It is milling, so, it could end up being paved, but I don't know that it can actually be widened.
And
I'll let Michael.
Can I also just ask, the improvements that you're looking for, are you looking to put in sidewalks? Because like you said, this is very close to Oneco Elementary, and I think that being that this is an affordable project, hopefully we will get some teachers, firefighters, police officers, those kinds of people in there. Those people are going to have kids who most likely are going to go to Oneco Elementary, and I think most of them are going to be walking down 18th Street Court East to get there. So I want to ensure that they would have a safe way to get to school.
Well, actually, we think that the people would choose to walk down 51st. There is a sidewalk that runs you all the way to 51st, and then you can turn and walk down to Oneco Elementary from there. So I don't think that people would necessarily walk down to 53rd and then walk along 53rd to get to Oneco Elementary School. I think they would walk down 51st where there is a sidewalk, and then there is a public road, I think a sidewalk on it as well, to take you to Oneco Elementary School. So that is the path that I would expect anybody walking to school to take.
Okay. A lot of people do walk down, a lot of kids walk down 53rd to get
I'm
to
not saying
school,
that
for
they
sure.
don't, I'm just saying that we think that if you're already sitting up there where there's, I really do apologize. That's
9:59, that's at 10 o'clock
no,
meeting.
and I've got it on quiet, so.
Yep.
I try not to miss that 10 o'clock meeting. Well, we'll miss it today, so, but we think that the people that start up here are going to have a tendency to walk down 51st to get to that school.
Okay,
Thank you,
that's all I
Commissioner.
got for now.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ron.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you. Other quick question. With regards to the railroad to the first building there, it's about 90 feet, correct?
About that, yes, sir.
And the only buffers you're putting up there are landscape buffers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I know that.
And impact windows.
Okay, and impact windows. Do you feel that's enough to, I know we can't get rid of all the noise, but the train's pretty loud coming through there, and they're frequently coming through there. So do you feel that's enough for the residents, the 90-foot landscape buffer, the ditch, and all that's, and the impact windows is enough for the noise abatement for those units?
We do. In fairness, I live a little over a mile from where the train crosses the Manatee River in Palmetto, and I can tell you that I can hear the train from my house. So
Yeah, and
I
this is
think we all
90
know
feet
you can
from
hear a
it.
train from a long ways off.
Yeah, I was saying this is 90 feet from that, so it's going to be a little louder than a mile.
Right, which is why we're doing the CMU construction, or the concrete construction, and the impact windows. And that's really the stuff we do. The other thing that also will play some role in this too is this large, deep ditch. Because the other thing that you deal with from a proximity standpoint is vibration. But we've sort of got an air gap between the tracks and our project because there's a big ditch running along between it. So that plays a role as well. We do feel that it'll be fine. We think that this is a much more desirable type project than trying to say you're going to put some single-family homes in there. The question is, what is the appropriate use for the project? We think that this is the appropriate use for the project. This is something that will keep this property clean, and it will have on-site management to make sure that everybody behaves.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I don't think, Mr. Gause, you're saying that you're going to take sort of extra measures to better insulate the buildings from noise and vibrations as best
Yes,
you
sir.
can, but you're not making any statements up here that you're not going to be able to hear the train at all. I mean, you're
That
just
is
saying,
correct.
right.
At the end of the day, we have to be able to rent these units, so
Sure.
we have to do what we need to do to make sure that can happen.
So, yeah, because you're going to hear that. One time I was driving through Kansas City a few years ago, and the Royals were in the World Series of the NLCS, and there was no hotel. The only hotel I could find, and it was late, was right on some railroad tracks. And I mean to tell you, I didn't sleep much. The thing came through, I could tell you, it came through 9 times. 9 trains came through that night. And I thought I was on every one of them. But, you want affordable housing? You can only charge so much to live next to railroad tracks, can't you? I mean, that makes it somewhat affordable. Sir?
Mr. Chair, Rod Feiner.
Sorry, I'm not your salesperson for the project, obviously, but
You're a valid point, sir. Rod Feiner, I'm an attorney with Coker and Feiner representing the property owner. I have been sworn. I did just also want to add that one of the requirements that Manatee County had, and it was part of the approval, is we have to put a disclaimer in our leases that talk, and we'll put it in bold 14 type face or anything before anyone signs anything, that advises them of the railroad tracks. We're not trying to hide anything from anybody one way or the other. It is what it is. Unless someone wants to pay to move the railroad tracks, they are what they are. But it'll be disclosed to any potential tenants that come there in big, bold type. And that was a requirement to the county, and we agreed with that as well.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
all right, thank you. There are no other commissioners on the board at this time. I'm sure we're all going to have additional traffic questions, but we'll save that for staff. So thank you, Mr. Gause.
Thank you.
We will then go to Laura for staff presentation.
Good morning. Laura Gonzalez with Development Services, and I have been sworn.
Laura, I'm going to need you to get close to that microphone so we can hear you, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I would like to highlight a few aspects of the proposal to complement the applicant's presentation. We know the request. I just add that this request is accompanied by a preliminary site plan. And if it is approved, at time of the final site plan, the applicant the proposal will be reviewed in more detail. All of these requirements will be reviewed in more detail. This is the location of the property. Okay, the property and its surroundings are within the Res 9 future land use designation that allows medium-density residential and high-density cluster residential development with a maximum density of 9 dwelling units per acre. The comprehensive plan allows a density bonus when at least 25% of the dwelling units are designated as affordable housing, and this is the case. And the maximum gross density allowed is 20 dwelling units per acre. If we expand the future land use map, we can see that in less than a mile, there are other future land use designations. There are residential 16 that allows a higher density, ROR that allows a mix of residential, retail, and office uses. And further north and south, there are industrial uses allowed under the industrial heavy and industrial light future land use categories. The current zoning is residential single family 4.5 as properties to the east and south, and to the north and west, the zoning is residential single family 6. To the south, along the 63rd Avenue East, there are zoning districts that allows non-residential uses, general commerce and professional medium. The requested PDR will provide more flexibility to address compatibility issues, as I will going to explain later in this presentation. The applicant has presented the PSP. I just want to add that the proposal includes 1.9 acres of open space that exceeds code requirements. It represents 35% of the total site, and the code requirement is 25%. The project complies with the Land Development Code Section 401.5, building height compatibility. No additional setback is required, but a solid 6-foot wall along the property lines abutting single-family uses will be required, except when uses are separated by a street, which occurs along the north and east property lines. The wall is proposed along only the south boundary line and at the southeast corner adjacent to the single-family property. And as the applicant mentioned, a specific approval has been requested to allow the location of this wall at the property line instead of placing it on the internal edge of the required buffer, as required by Land Development Code Section 701. We support the request because it will allow for a greater ability to maintain the buffer within the proposed multifamily development and prevent damages to the landscape material. A second specific request has been requested to eliminate the wall requirement along the west property line, and we support this request too. The railroad tracks provide separation from the single-family residential uses to the west in a similar way that a public road would do it. And enhanced landscaping has been proposed to provide additional screening. Positive aspects. This project will provide units to the affordable housing market and housing opportunities for workers in the county. The location is adequate due to its proximity to thoroughfares, roads, public transportation facilities, availability of utility infrastructure, and commercial and industrial employment nodes. And as I mentioned before, the proposed open space exceeds code requirements. Negative aspects and mitigating measures. The proposed multifamily building differs from the single-family uses in the surrounding area with lower density and height. As explained before, the project complies with the building height compatibility section of the code, and the proposed setbacks, buffer, and landscaping meet code requirements to provide separation from the adjacent uses and mitigate negative impacts. Another negative aspect that has been identified is the noise from the railroad tracks, and as the applicant explained, to mitigate it, impact windows will be installed in all units' windows. With the proposed stipulation and related specific approval, staff finds the request to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirements of the Land Development Code. Any question?
All right, Commissioners. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't actually get on the board there. So I am concerned about 18th Street Court East. Is there any plan to improve that southern portion of the road going toward 53rd?
I'm going to defer this answer to transportation staff.
Okay.
Good morning, Mary Wahid from Public Works. So regarding the improvement for 18th, there is no currently plan to improve that section. However, as was discussed earlier, when they did the traffic study, they saw what the impacts would be and how this would influence. So I think Michael mentioned earlier that when they did the trip distribution, they practically see what's the most likelihood path or direction most of the users will take. And the closest thoroughfare facility, and by the way, 18th is not a thoroughfare facility, 51st is. So based on the proximity to 51st, the northbound direction was considered to be the most likely. And also they also mentioned that we looked into potential improvement on 51st regarding the left turning movement to the side. The number of left turning movement was minimal if there were 11 trips making left per hour. So that rounds up to be one left turning movement per every 5 minutes. So there is enough possibility to kind of address those potential issues. And they mentioned also that there will be some kind of improvement up to their access side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions for staff? All right, then we're going to open this item up to public comment. We have some folks who have signed up. We're going to start with Margie Nanny, who I assume is planning to speak for more than 3 minutes and probably has a list, as she typically does.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. I've said this once before, if Oneco had a mayor, this would be the mayor of Oneco. So
Somebody's got to do it.
somebody has to do the job, I understand.
Thank you,
Oh,
because
so
I'm
we're not gonna-
freezing cold. I felt like
I'm sure she's pleased to get the applause, but we're
Yeah,
not
we're
going to
not
disrupt
supposed
the
to
meeting
do
with
that.
applause.
We have to behave.
So then you'll have 10 minutes, and you can start now, ma'am. Please introduce yourself to the board, state your name, first and last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes. And if you've been sworn.
Yes, Margie Nanny, I have been sworn. I am a resident of Manatee County. Mr. Chair, members of the commission and staff, it is an honor to speak for members of the Citizens for Historic Oneco who were not able to attend. We're against the rezoning of a small 5.3 acre parcel from the current single-family residential designation to planned development to build a net 19 units per acre, 94-unit, 3-story affordable apartment project on top of a potentially toxic landfill. A year ago, I stood before you with many to oppose a rezone to allow an R-rated circus arena in Oneco. You may remember that. For that reason, some of the portions of this presentation may seem familiar. Thankfully, you unanimously voted it down because it was a severely flawed project. We were temporarily able to be saved from that incompatibility, but apparently this is only the start for our area. There is a trend to use the perks of the affordable housing designation to fast-track rezonings of residential areas to net higher density. Like this one, many are on small infill parcels in well-established residential neighborhoods. In this case, only 25% of the units would be designated affordable, at $1,600 per month for a one-bedroom. Do they only allow one person in that unit? At that rate, several would have to split the rent. Plus, there's not enough parking in their plan for the additional people who would have to live there. Please don't think for 1 minute that we're against workforce housing for our hometown heroes, teachers, first responders, and nurses. The 536-unit Lincoln Capital project near us is a good spot on 42 acres with multiple access points. While it will add traffic to the area, it makes more sense than putting in a 3-story skyscraper next to single-story homes on 5 acres only feet away from a railroad track. First, a little background, this is a part you'll remember, of this rapidly disappearing part of Manatee County. We want to preserve and enhance what is left of our neighborhood's unique character and history. This project is in the heart of Old Oneco, one of the highest points in Manatee County, which is why the old Minnesota Cemetery was placed there up on the hill. Oneco was a nickname to represent one company, since the Reasoner family's Royal Palm Nurseries used to be the only large company in the area. It was known as Manatee County's Garden Spot. The Reasoner family's late 1800s home, the Best Salem House on State Road 70, was demolished for a gas station, and the nursery now has a car wash on it. Erasing history for progress is not always a great idea. Oneco also had many citrus groves. Thompson Groves produced the first pink grapefruit here in 1913, and Reasoners propagated it to the world. Beginning in the late 1800s, neighborhood students were educated at Oneco Elementary, one of our county's oldest public school, which remains today as a neighborhood anchor. We're a very diverse community, anchored by many churches of all denominations, schools, offices, post office, veterinary office, and an engineering firm. In the 1980s, we worked with the FDOT schools when State Road 70 was widened from 2 to 6 lanes. We lobbied to push the alignment south, sparing the school's playground, preserving a church building, and saving a historic tree. The result was a win-win, building a new, safer Oneco Elementary. When FDOT was going to remove the school's slowdown zone, we lobbied to keep it and got sidewalks built along the school's streets. We worked hard to preserve Oneco's history, but its character is disappearing. The section between 15th Street East and US 301 is Old Oneco. It's our neighborhood. Over 36,500 cars per day traverse this busy State Road 70 through here, but tucked in off the busy highway are quaint tree-lined streets and single-story, single-family neighborhoods. Oneco is home to one of the county's only privately owned homes built in 1908 that's on the National Register, and a rare example of Richardsonian Romanesque architecture known as the Castle. Well, why do I care about historic Old Oneco? Because I've been an integral part of living in the castle for almost 40 years. My family's been here for 4 generations, and my husband Pat is a Manatee County native. We both retired from years of service to Manatee County schools. I met him when I owned DeSoto Speedway in the 1980s. Our 2 boys were raised here and attended Oneco Elementary. All 3 of them are Eagle Scouts, and the 4 of us serving Scouting's Troop 10 for 17 years at next door Oneco United Methodist. Now, this aerial puts all this in context so you can see the geographical logistics of the proposed high-rise apartment building in context with our neighborhoods. Oh, and by the way, Oneco Elementary's capacity is 600, and the current enrollment is 590. So there are really only 10 seats available, which is not enough for what they're proposing. A closer look at the proposed project site will illustrate the traffic and incompatibility next to our neighborhood. The project's entrance is on 18th Street Court East, a road that cuts between 70 and 51st. State Road 70 is a 6-lane divided highway, and 51st is a poorly maintained road. 18th Street Court East, running north and south, transects these 2 arteries. Just a few feet away are the railroad tracks mentioned in Bowley's Creek. Trains run all day, stopping and backing up traffic. Drivers are constantly at risk, making mandatory U-turns along State Road 70 to access their destinations. Wrecks are common near these intersections. This diagram compares the developer's plan against immediate impact areas. Note that it is completely surrounded by single-story residences, mobile home parks, and churches. Just north of the homes that run along Bowley's Creek, a protected wetland that is in the 100-year floodplain. The entrance to 18th Street Court East from State Road 70 is only accessed if you're driving west from the outside lane. When I drove this and turned right into 18th Street Court East, there was another car coming out onto 70, leaving me no room to turn onto the narrow road as shown in these pictures. I had to brake to a stop with 45-mile-an-hour traffic piling up behind me and drive over the curb to get off the road onto 18th. They're not really mentioning the State Road 70 implications. Coming in and out off 51st, vehicles encounter east-west traffic on narrow 51st and competing 4-way traffic from a residential neighborhood directly across the intersection. We understand you may have just approved another apartment complex at Burnett Nursery north of this intersection. That traffic will have to drive through these neighborhoods to get onto 51st as well. 18th Street Court East used to be a dirt road used for residential access or to access Happy Gospel Church. Eventually, the road was improved according to the residents, but was never properly graded or blacktop. It just had a coat of millings packed on it, which was so rough that flat tires were common at first. Because there are no nearby parks, children who play along here will be impacted by the increased traffic. We understand the only improvement the developer is being made to do is to create a 24-foot wide entry into the property off 18th. No other turn lanes, road widening, or paving are required. Please drive the roads around Old Oneco. We can't handle more traffic. More density will just make it worse. And why do we have a land development code at all if you continue to rezone for more density? Please consider creating a master plan overlay for historic Oneco. Besides compatibility, traffic safety, and potential loss of property value is the fact that the project is located on top of an undocumented landfill. According to witnesses and adjacent residents, the former property owner of this allowed the dumping of automotive parts, construction debris, and other unknown waste on the parcel. At the Zoom meeting, we asked, did you do any environmental testing? And the reply was, yes, we did a wildlife survey. No core samples were done. I'm pretty sure this is problematic, and to disturb this potentially toxic land could pose health liabilities for the neighborhood. The county should require an independent Phase 2 environmental assessment prior to any development approvals. If warranted, the owner should be required to do remediation and make details and disclosures transparent to the public. This diagram shows examples of current projects that will impact our historic Oneco. Number 1 is Lincoln's 536-unit complex built in an area with plenty of land and access opportunities. Number 2 is Braden Point, hundreds of multi-story homes. Number 3 are more apartments reported to be on the old Burnett Nursery, an infill parcel with bad access on a few acres. Number 4 is a huge commercial complex. Number 5 is the infill project we're here for today, 94 units on 5 acres. And number 6, most scary to me, is in the pipeline. It's proposed for 96 units in 4 three-story buildings directly on State Road 70. This one literally hits home because our family would never see a sunset again. It's directly next door to the castle. There's a fine line between meeting the affordable housing need and trading it off for the quality of life of existing Manatee County residents. Please don't take ours away. We plead with you to vote no to this rezoning application. A yes vote will open up an unknown future for us. Thank you for listening. We're proud of our history and want to help the county enhance Oneco's history, not erase it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, and very well timed, I might say. 7 seconds. That's pretty good. Jonathan Van Dyke. Jonathan Van Dyke. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence. Tell us who you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name is Jonathan Van Dyke. I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm actually representing a homeowners association. I have a letter for that, so I do believe I get 10 minutes today.
Please, do you have 5 or more signatures?
I have the permission letter specifically from the homeowners association stating that because I'm on the board.
Let me do that.
I have that.
Yeah.
Okay, please hand that to the clerk, sir. And you'll have 10 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Van Dyke. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I'm here today representing the Groveland Homeowners Association. I'd like to thank you for your public service and your hard work that you put in every day in our community. I recognize you're in a job where most people come to tell you how upset they are, and I'm not here to do that today. I'm here to invite you into our Oneco community to share knowledge and to come to a mutual understanding that apartments in the middle of low-density, single-family housing is not the right decision for Oneco. I'd like to take you back to December 16th, 2021. It was a warm Thursday, and the applicant was completing his purchase of his next business investment property located in the heart of our community. Our community's children were playing together on the quiet side streets, walking to school on busy 51st Avenue East, and going to the movies at the local AMC. In the time since, we've continued to return to normal as we learned more about COVID-19, and our community was impacted by Hurricane Ian. But through it all, we were a community. We checked on our neighbors, we set up playdates for our kids, and we made sure that any obstacle we faced, we came through it together as a community. Unfortunately, community growth and community building is not what's being proposed today. The applicant purchased this parcel with the intent to put BSD Capital's next investment project on the site. At last week's meeting, the applicant stated their history of improving and building communities with their developments. And no one with common sense would stand here today and tell you they're against community development. It makes for a great talking point. So I did my research. A quick search of BSD Capital's website, of which the applicant is a founding partner, co-CEO, and COO of, notes they don't have a history of improving communities, they have a history of changing them. In fact, all existing residential projects on their website required zoning changes or flexible bonus density. In one case, going from an allowed 10 units to more than 200 in order to complete their projects. The applicant doesn't build communities, he fundamentally changes their landscape. Chapter 5 of the Land Use Code, Section 545.2, under the Affordable Housing Incentives, includes the language, "The design of new development shall respect the scale and development pattern of existing residential sites abutting the affordable housing project." I'm not an architect nor an engineer, but as a layperson, I recognize that a multi-story apartment complex in the middle of single-family, low-density residences does not, in fact, respect the scale and development pattern of the existing residential sites abutting the project. Now, the project we are here to discuss today is materially different from other affordable housing projects built and under construction in our community. The 570 affordable units in progress just to the north of Oneco Living includes 100% affordable units, has entrance and exit points on 2 heavily traveled roads, and is directly intended to address the affordable housing crisis in our community. The majority of those units are restricted to those making 60% or less of the area's median AMI, meaning a 2-person household must earn less than $41,460 to qualify. All the remaining units in that project are earmarked for those 62 and older, also requiring income limits to address housing deficiencies within our aging community. That project works to tackle the affordable housing problem in our community. Unfortunately, the Oneco Living project doesn't seek to tackle the problem of affordable living and affordable housing within our community, it seeks to profit from it. Not only does the Oneco Living project have a higher density than the 100% affordable housing project proposed just down the road, but it offers less than 1/3 of the affordable units per acre. That project on 301 makes sense. That project is directly addressing 100% affordable housing, is built on well-traveled roads, and its density is consistent with the area around it, being surrounded by rental units, manufactured homes, and light industrial. That project is built within a block of Manatee County's own action plan for community development block grants in livable Manatee, identified as an area of need in 2022-2023. Oneco Living, on the other hand, does not fall within these bounds, with less than 40% of residents in the block qualifying as low-income residents. Oneco Living seeks to add just 24 affordable units at a higher total density rate per acre in the middle of single-family housing. Let's also talk about what affordable means at Oneco Living, because there are many in our community who are going to be impacted and have 2 sites to choose from. Affordable at Oneco means their income limits will be up to 120% AMI, double what the 301 flats and the Savoy at 301 will address. This translates to double maximum rents for those in need of affordable housing, as Oneco Living chooses cash over community building, because that's their right. Safety is also a significant concern of ours. We recognize there are conflicting reports regarding the plat having a dump site, and with conflicting accounts, we seek the truth. The applicant stated they conducted a Phase 1 environmental study, which is only a visual inspection and a historical search. There was never a shovel put in the ground. The applicant stated last week they completed a ground-penetrating radar study, but failed to state if the study produced any areas of concern that would warrant a Phase 2 environmental study, which does require sampling. Failure to ensure that ground that will inevitably be disturbed during construction is free and safe from all contaminants will put the Oneco community at risk when that soil and potential contaminants become aerosolized during construction. The applicant is also only required to improve the road of 18th Street Court East for a few hundred feet from the entrance to the nearest road to the north, 51st Avenue East. A traffic study was only submitted for 51st Avenue East and for 301. No traffic study was conducted by the applicant or submitted for 18th Street Court East. Approving the application will increase the number of dwelling units on the road that is just 16 feet 4 inches wide from 5 dwelling units to 99 dwelling units, bringing with it increased traffic. Common sense notes that residents are going to travel both north and south on 18th Street Court East, and there are 2 safety pinch points that cannot be overlooked. First, the road passes over a creek where the distance between a power pole and a barricade to keep vehicles out of the creek is just 21 feet wide. Second, the intersection of 18th Street Court East and State Road 70 is just 17 feet wide, requiring vehicles to stop on State Road 70 if there is a vehicle looking to exit 18th Street Court East. Neither of these 2 points are up to county standard, and without being raised to county standard, increase the risk for traffic accidents. Additionally, eliminating the fence requirement to the west does not make sense. The applicant has stated they expect families to move in and children to attend area schools. The steep sides of the creek and proximity to the existing railroad tracks are a clear and present danger to the children who will live in the proposed development. In fact, the developer notes on their site plan that the required variance to a green space buffer is directly next to proposed open space / recreational area, and this space is 80 feet from a playground. Why wouldn't we want to keep our kids away from a steep creek and from railroad tracks? We believe an apartment complex doesn't respect the land use of the surrounding community, but if it is the Commission's desire to move forward, soil safety, traffic safety, and fence safety must be addressed. If it is the applicant's desire to truly build a community, to better a community, then we encourage them to use this site and its existing density to build 100% affordable single-family homes. Help families get into stable, secure housing that is consistent with the community the development is proposed in. If the applicant is instead seeking to earn grand returns for their investors, then they will continue to seek increased density, regardless of the impact it has on the surrounding community. Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for your time. 10 minutes is not a lot of time to get to know our community. Our community within Groveland and within the greater Oneco community support development undertaken to improve our community within existing zoning. We have raised significant concerns regarding safety, incompatibility of the project, and the developer's stated intent of community building. As a community, we look forward to the opportunity to work with this commission to address the affordable housing crisis that plagues our community, with respect for the surrounding community. And we urge you to reject this rezone and site plan, which would put an investment firm as our largest neighbor. Instead, we urge you to seek a project directly addressing the affordable housing crisis without rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. You didn't cut it quite as close as the mayor, but pretty close. Next is Colleen Whitaker. Colleen Whitaker. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address the board on this issue.
Hello, my name is Colleen Whitaker, and I have been sworn. Thank you for allowing me to share my extreme opposition to this proposed high-rise project you're considering for rezoning. If you vote for this, you negatively impact hundreds of families who live and travel the roads in Old Oneco. I have lived here my whole life. Same neighborhood, 4 different houses. I grew up in the family home that Mike Burnett lived in. I remember a conversation with my dad, our dad, at night near this property. And I told my dad right out the window, "What is that?" And he told me, "It's a dump." But nobody talks about it, and the property owner is okay with it. I walk the bus or take the work to Walmart, where I have been employed for 24 years. I have direct knowledge of the intersection of 18th Street Court East and 51st Avenue East because it's across the intersection from the subdivision that I live in. Two roads are very in poor condition and very narrow and extremely dangerous for traffic and building who will make it even more congested and unsafe, especially for pedestrians. The lot backs up to the railroad tracks near the Broleys Creek. The developer proposes to bring cars directly out onto 18th Street Court East, where they will either exit onto 51st Avenue East or go south to State Road 70. Making turns on to State Road 70 is one of the most dangerous things anyone can do. I was one of about 140 people who received a letter about this project. What about the other 1,500 homes in the area who didn't get a notice? This was not really fair to the hard-working people in Oneco who never got a notice, may wake up to a 3-story monstrosity next door to their home. I was on the phone nicknamed public hearing, where over 20 people on the call, and none of them are for this rezoning. We're told affordable housing is $1,300 a month for a one-bedroom, really? And it's my understanding that the developer only has to designate 25% of these units affordable to get all of the fast-tracking perks the county would have given them for this workforce housing designation. More terrifying is that I hear the property was used for the dump. Yes, please vote no for this project. Keep old Oneco character in single-family houses, office buildings, not skyscraper, sterile-looking building apartments. Thank you for listening. Please vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Buddy Spafford? First and last name, county of residence, tell us if you've been sworn, and you have 3 minutes.
Today. Howard Spafford from Manatee County. I have been sworn. Of course, I'm not a speaker, but I just, at least 3 things I want to get out real quick. The corner, this, is it the northeast, northwest corner of the property is the train tracks. We were talking about the train noise. Not only the noise from the train, there's a crossing right there. The whistle is blowing all the time. I can't imagine people that are gonna rent this place to be moving out the next day. Like, I appreciated someone speaking about the noise of trains next to buildings. Second, I first today saw a picture of this building in our neighborhood. I wish, like the young lady, that people would drive through our neighborhood in the area and see what it is. You would know exactly what we're talking about and why this project is not for this area, smack dab in the middle of Oneco. It doesn't fit. It's totally ridiculous. Now, the amount of cars. We keep talking about 18th Street, Court East, going down to 70. We think everybody's going to go out 51st. That's going to be impossible. Just like neighborhood people, we learned that sometimes with all goings on, you have to cut through 18th Street, Court East. Now, yes, you can only make a right turn, okay? But there's a church there. And what everybody does is cuts through the church because they have a driveway right there at the end of 18th Street, Court East, goes inside their church property and around to State Road 70, cuts out onto 70, and then if you get over real quick, you can make a left turn to make a U-turn to go the other way on 70. That's what everybody's going to be doing. The way I figure it is different than the way they figure it with the amount of parking spaces. There's not enough parking spaces for the amount of people. You know people have to have cars. This is modern days. There's not one car per family, or a lot of times not even 2. Children grow up, they have cars, They don't even have enough parking. There's no parking in the neighborhoods anywhere to park any cars on any of these small streets. Well, that's good enough. I got enough out. Thank
Yes, sir.
you.
Thank you. For someone who's not a speaker, you spoke pretty well for 3 minutes.
I tried. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very much.
All right. I don't have any other names signed up, so if there's anyone who would like to speak, we'll open this up to the audience. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please come down. I see there's going to be quite a few. And feel free to, you can form a line at the podium. That's no big deal. And when you reach the podium, just state your first and last name, tell us your county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Sarah Belengi, Manatee County, I've been sworn in. 4 years ago, on 51st Avenue East, a 20-foot trailer coming from Burnett's plowed through my fence into a telephone pole, which crashed down in my front yard. 6 months prior, a little boy walking home from school was struck by a speeding vehicle. So I made a formal request to the county in 2019 for the installation of speed humps on 51st, as well as stop sign placement at the intersection of 18th where this planning site is located. After 14 months, my request to alleviate uncontrollable traffic at these exact crossroads was denied. We had to wait a year and a half for that. But when these developers put in a request for heavy traffic approval, you better believe they flew right out. And after addressing the problem, said, just move the entrance 50 feet on 18th Street. That'll solve the issue. Let it be known that the traffic count research that this developer had done recently was very cleverly performed during spring break and Easter weekend. And then they have the nerve to stand up here in front of everyone and state that there's no difference in traffic from weekday to weekend. There's a word for this: deception. 18th Street is a single vehicle road. If two cars are coming in opposite directions, one has to pull over on someone's front yard or driveway to let the other pass. How are you going to allow 150 new cars to cruise through here every single day? Are these homeowners going to be compensated? As if the traffic concerns aren't enough to make everyone cringe, there's the big issue that this parcel of land is a former unregulated landfill and dump that had toxic material buried not too long ago. Any building here will have structural damage, sinkholes, and flooding. The train that runs a few feet from their survey line carries cars full of liquid propane gas. When they start stirring up hazardous and potentially explosive material in the ground, you're talking Palestine, Ohio 2.0. And if methane begins leaking up out of the ground, we will all be sick. Is there any concern for the elementary school that's a block away? They stated last week that they've done ground penetrating radar and boring at some areas on the site. How does poking a few holes in the ground with a stick qualify as valid EP research? He stated if GPR found an object, they would simply remove it. Really? If you want to go digging for mummies in Egypt, have fun, go nuts. But if you want to do some actual scientific research, the EPA needs to be involved. This is not the site for a 94-unit sardine can. They're getting a tiny scrap of toxic, uninhabitable land for peanuts and designated the bare minimum percentage of units needed to qualify as affordable housing. What about the other 75%? This isn't a low-income apartment, it's a scheme. You see, this is how you destroy a town. People don't want to look at this thing in their backyard, so they move out. This land isn't suitable for human occupancy. That's why it has remained vacant for decades. We, the people, spoke up last week and made it clear we don't want this gigantic, sulking, pain in the eye looming over our little neighborhood. You want to improve our town? Give us a park. That's what we really need. And people need affordable housing, but this is just not the site for it. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sir, that microphone is movable. I think it comes up off the podium as well.
How's that?
Yeah, and I think
Hi,
you can
my
actually
name
pick
is
it up off
Charles
the podium.
Foster.
What's your county of residence, sir? Have you been sworn in?
Huh?
Manatee County.
Manatee County?
And have you been sworn in? Yes?
No.
We need to swear you in now, sir.
Swear him in? Sorry about that.
Is there anyone else in the audience who has not been
Yeah.
sworn in who wishes to speak?
Yeah, anyone who has not been sworn, please stand now.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Charles Foster, 51st Avenue East, 1612, apartment 5. I'm right down from the railroad, and I don't hear no trains. But besides that, my VA veteran, my VA representative rather, has been looking for affordable housing for me for almost 3 years. There are affordable housings, but they're all full. Nobody leaves them. So we need it to live. I live in a rat-infested, old shed that was built into a little apartment. And, it's rat-infested, and the floors are sagging, and the landlord won't do nothing about it. So why should a veteran not be able to find affordable housing just because of, people saying things about 18th Street and all that? There's only 4 houses on 18th Street. I mean, I'm a veteran and I can't find a low-income housing. I think it's very important for all you to think about the people that are homeless because they can't find a place they can afford. Prices have gone out of reach. For a 1-bedroom apartment, it's $3,000. I mean, who's got that kind of money? I don't. All I get is Social Security, $1,400 a month. I need affordable housing, and I need this complex for not only myself, but for every veteran or person that's homeless because they can't afford affordable housing. I mean, they can afford affordable housing, but they need to have it. They don't need to be on the streets. It's just, it's ridiculous, and we really need it. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Sir, may I go next? I was gonna go.
Yes, sir, if you'd like to go next, that's fine. Take care of what you need to take care of, and
Good morning. My name is Brian DeLutz, and I've been sworn in. I want to thank everyone for coming in here today. As a local renter of 12 years on 22nd Avenue on the same road as Oneco Elementary School, for 12 years, I rented there. I'm excited to actually see clean, new, and modern construction going up in my neighborhood. Our neighborhood suffers from local slumlords. We all know this, who live in the neighborhood here today. We can all acknowledge it. Along 15 streets, along the railroad tracks, all around us, there's depleted, run-down, mold-infested rentals that are preposterously high weekly rates that no one can decently live and afford. It's about time someone invests in our local infrastructure. There's so many needs for modern 1 and 2 bedrooms. As I understand, this construction has state-of-the-art hurricane impact windows, no mold, solid concrete block made with integrity. This is how we keep our neighborhood clean, raise our property values for everyone. As housing is such in need in our community, I'm looking forward to this addition. The proposed build is 3 stories high. It is not a skyrise. That white house that's been here for over 40 years, that's 1.5 blocks down the street from it, is just a few feet taller, not much. The necessity for clean, modern living is crucial. Unhealthy living conditions continues to be a problem in this neighborhood. There's no problem making affordable housing. I'm excited to know that there's going to be affordable workforce housing in our community, and I fully support the project. And thank everyone for your time today.
yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come down for public comment? Ma'am, when you reach the podium, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and tell us if you've been sworn. Then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Yes, I do also have photos. Do I just place them here?
Yes, you can place them there for display.
Yes.
And when you're finished, you'll need to hand them to the clerk so that we can keep them for the sake of record keeping.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
My name is Ashley Mendolero. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn. When I gave public comments last week about the proposed apartment complex at 5108 East 18th Street Court, or 1810 51st Avenue East, I spoke on a few things. Concerned whether the developer would be carrying out chemical testing on the ground prior to construction due to the many years the property was used as a dump site. My sincerest skepticism that an entrance on 18th Street Court East could handle or accommodate the sheer volume of traffic coming to and from a 94-unit apartment building. My concern for the kids who walk along these roads and to and from school and their bus stops following that dramatic increase in traffic. and my sincerest skepticism that the developer has any true desire to invest in and better the Oneco community. The biggest factor fueling my skepticism is the developer's insistence on rezoning the property to build a 3-story apartment complex on 5.35 acres of land in the midst of a neighborhood made up mostly of single-family homes. It's not on the edge of a neighborhood like the Royal Palm Terrace apartments just off the intersection of 51st and 301. It is in the middle of one, and it's bordered by the CSX train tracks, which visually, by the way, seem to be experiencing a distressing amount of erosion and neglected debris. For anyone curious, a train crosses those tracks at least 3 times a day, and lest we forget the propane derailment that occurred around 3 miles away on February 28th this year, where thankfully there were no injuries. When I spoke last week, I said to have a developer come in and take that land to make it usable for the community makes sense and could be welcomed. But if the developer has such a genuine, heartfelt desire to better the Oneco community, a better idea would be to develop missing middle housing on the land, duplexes, triplexes, even a live-work type scenario, housing that fits perfectly into smaller parcels of land. A good step toward goodwill with the community would have been to remove the porta potties behind the house on the property, visible from 18th Street Court East, on the property since 2019 as seen on Google Maps. Whoopsies, that's a little small. My most.
So we don't do phones. You can,
Okay,
you can
sorry.
bring in a printed picture.
Was
'cause
not aware.
You never know if someone swipes right or left what the next picture could be.
No worries.
So we don't do phones. Thank
My
you.
apologies. Those in support of the project would benefit from 100% affordable housing, preferably single-family homes. What we in Oneco are asking is that the land be developed in a way that makes sense, build so it fits into the community, respects the nature already occupying that land, and doesn't overwhelm the very little infrastructure that exists or is supported in Oneco. Oneco isn't Lakewood Ranch or downtown Sarasota. It's a community too small to be a city, but one large enough to boast its own post office and a census designation. Oneco's rich history has slowly been bought up, bulldozed over, and rebuilt upon for something shiny and new. One of the only things remaining is that quasi-small-town feel, and all we of Oneco are asking is for the developer to respect that and us existing residents in their construction plans.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and well timed. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address the board on this issue. And tell us if you've been sworn.
My name is Carla Sanchez. I swear I live in Manatee County for 22 years. I speak English, but I prefer someone translate for me to expose what I'm thinking about this new project. That's okay with you?
Yeah, okay. Hi.
Yes, ma'am,
my
we're
name
happy
is
to
Eileen
accommodate.
Motino. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn in.
Soy una mujer con deseos de superación y he podido ver la comunidad de Oneco crecer.
She is a entrepreneur. She's a self-striving female. She works in the Oneco area. She also has a business, and she is looking forward for this plan to go forward and to be approved to improve the community.
He podido ver cómo Bradenton, Manatee County ha crecido en estos últimos años. Soy dueña de mi propia casa, gracias a Dios.
She is a proud homeowner, and she's been in Manatee County
for 22 years.
For 22 years.
He podido ver cómo la comunidad ha crecido, cómo la gente está necesitada de vivienda.
She has seen how Manatee County has been evolving during the years and expanding, and is in need of this type of housing.
No hay semana que la gente no se acerque a mi negocio y me diga, Carla, ¿sabes de alguna renta?
She said that there's a lot of people in need for apartments, and they're always approaching her in her business. Do you know a phone number? Do you know a property that is for rent or something that's in our price range? To please let them know and contact them.
Y sí he podido algunas veces darle información de vivienda, pero no pueden, no tienen acceso su ingreso para poder pagar un alquiler de los costos muy elevados que están actualmente en el Manatee County.
She does find sometimes, because she tries to translate and tries to help the people in need. And she, when she does find a property, she finds it, but it's too much out of their reach financially because the costs have gone up so high and it's so expensive. They're asking first, last, and first month of rent, and it's like, times 3. So even to live in a home right now, you have to have multiple people living with you in order for you to pay rent.
Y si este proyecto ustedes toman en consideración a ser aprobado, créanme que será de mucha necesidad a la gente de clase media que no puede pagar un mortgage o que no puede pagar un alto costo de vivienda de los proyectos que están saliendo actualmente en Manatee County.
She is saying that she would really like for you guys to approve this project because it's gonna benefit not only her, but everybody else. If there's either a family member, a friend, a lot of people in need that are in need of this to be approved.
Les agradezco su tiempo por escucharnos y espero en consideración de que pueda ser aprobado y que tomen la decisión de acuerdo a la necesidad del Manatee County.
She said, thank you for your time and thank you for listening to her, what she had to say to you guys, and she's very thankful for it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming forward. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment at this time? Yes, sir. And board, the plan is we'll get through public comment and then we'll see if we want to take a break then or if we want to finish the item. Up to y'all. Sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address the board on this
I
item.
am Doug Straka, and I have been sworn in, a Manatee County resident. I actually the property owner that is the only one that's in this project that's gonna be the pain in the rear. It's not the place to put a 3-story building. The flooding that goes on there, because I live there, is atrocious. The road that's there, which is 18th Street, Court East, I don't know even how to describe it, because the county has come in and dealt with that road numerous times since I've been there for over 15 years. The water that comes off the road floods me, floods this proposed property also. The other thing is there's a tree that's on it. Let me back up. The easiest way to really say it is to make an educated determination. It is a dump. Somebody needs to really take a realistic look at what is going on, not what's proposed. The parking lot that they want to put in, excuse me, I've got to cancel for right now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you just need a moment?
Yeah.
Okay, we can wait a moment.
Now you can continue on.
I see, I see. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak at this time? Sir, if you brought that up to the podium with you, would that help? Could you continue?
Not really, not right yet.
Okay, thank you. Sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence.
My name is Aaron Straka, Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn in. I am the son of Doug Straka, the gentleman who is just speaking in front of you. We all share the same concern. We are the immediate property that is being affected by this plan. I understand that they do have projected ideas as to what the water is going to do. Our house is at an elevation that is exceedingly affected by current rainfall. We had to put in a 4-inch drain to just occupy that the water coming off of the poorly designed road will not come all the way up into our garage up to 3 inches. When we first moved in 2008, that area was a swamp. We were underwater constantly, and it's getting worse. And we even added extra drainage, and there's virtually no benefit as to how it goes. The biggest issue that I have as to what the individuals are saying, and everybody in green, I can see that they're all a part of the same group, is they want it because it betters the community. My issue with bettering the community is that they have nothing to offer the community other than self-serving purposes. The issues that I have with it is it's going to be a private, controlled community. There is nothing where our children in this neighborhood can go and play. They have nowhere where they can safely be with limited supervision. I mean, safely walking up and down the roads, as another lady has said, is that children have been hit, there have been accidents, and we have kids up and down the road. We have families that are living 10 people deep in some of these houses on a 5-house street. There is nowhere affordable where they can go, and I am not against affordable housing. I'm a big proponent of it. But the issue is that it is not the right area. Like Margie Nanny has stated, the property that is further up the road, that is 512 units, brilliant, excellent location. But this right here, it is designated as single-family homes. I highly recommend and suggest that you maintain that. Keep Oneco, and allow us to maintain our individual identity that is unique to this area. And as I go through that, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and have a good day.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Yes, sir. First and last name, tell us if you've been sworn, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Bill Bailey. I'm the senior pastor at Happy Gospel Church, and I have been sworn in. I also owned a house for probably 16 years that would be right across the railroad tracks from the proposed property. The trains that come through, you get used to it once you're there long enough. One of the interesting things, the conductor would come through and throw out candy to all of the residents' kids. Whenever they would hear the train coming, our kids would run to the backyard. But I'm not here in regards to that. I'm concerned about the road. As Commissioner Ballard has said, 18th Street Court East does not fit county standards as it is now. It's poorly maintained, and it is a danger at the intersection of Highway 70. By putting this apartment complex there, you are increasing that danger. You also are asking me to be the bad guy because, as has already been stated, we already have residents or cars that pull through our church property to try to make a left turn on the U-turn and go east on Highway 70. We keep that driveway open because we try to serve our community with a playground there, a basketball goal. We have flag football and soccer teams that use our property there for practices throughout the week. I like to keep that driveway open so the community can come to our property. But you will increase the danger exponentially if you allow this to go through and do not do something with 18th Street Court East. I would urge the county to keep that in consideration and not to give just a blank check for this property to be developed without making the necessary changes to 18th Street Court East. You're asking for something terrible to happen unless you do so. Thank you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and always good to see you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak for public comment? Yes, ma'am. And if there's anyone else, in addition, if you just form a line at the podium there, it sort of moves things along. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence. You have 3 minutes to address the board, and tell us if you've been sworn.
My name is Renee Noriga. I do live in Manatee County, and I have been sworn in. We live on 19th Street East. I am speaking on behalf of the Oneco community and my neighborhood. We ask you do not approve the rezoning of the land located at 5108 18th Street Court East. 18th Street Court East between 51st Avenue and State Road 70 is narrow and unimproved. Approximately 3 years ago, the road was upgraded from a dirt to a compacted gravel road. The road is still too narrow for 2 cars to pass each other without pulling over onto the grass. Heading south on 18th Street Court East, it connects to State Road 70 West. The apron of the turn is steep and not wide enough for 2 cars. One turning onto State Road 70 and one turning onto 18th Street Court East. The car on State Road 70 always comes to a complete stop to allow the car to turn off of 18th Street Court East. The intersection of 18th Street Court East and 51st Avenue heading west should need a left-hand turn lane on 51st Avenue East, turning onto 18th Street Court East heading south. The area is not wide enough to support a left-hand turn lane. Other improvements to the infrastructure would need to be done in order to accomplish this. The traffic light on the corner of 51st East and 301, and also the light of 51st Avenue East and 15th Street East, do not have a left-hand turn signals. If you are making a left turn, you can sit there for 2, 3, or more cycles of the light. We could use a left-hand turn signal to lessen some of the traffic and make it safer. We could use a right-hand turn lane at the intersection of 51st Avenue East heading west and 15th Street East for the same reason as needing left-hand turn signals. 51st Avenue East does not have a shoulder on either side of the road from 15th Street East to 24th Street East. On 51st Avenue East, on the Manatee Code of Ordinance, Chapter 2, Section 22-7, there's a weight restriction of 29 tons between 15th Street and US 301. These 2 points alone raise questions concerning the safety of that community. In our rainy season, the roads flood at times due to the drain ditches not being maintained. We maintain ours, we mow it, we rake it. The only thing we can't do is the drain pipes. The drain pipes that people are unable to clean. We purchased our home back in 2014, and security hasn't cleaned the pipes. As of the school, we don't have the capacity. Oneco is already at 590 enrollments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
Would I be able to mention something on my father's behalf?
No, because it's a quasi-judicial, I really have to follow the protocol on this, because there could be...
Say it on my behalf as a
No,
continuation?
no, sir, I'm sorry. Once someone has spoken, that's that. I can't bring them up a second time. I would like to, but this could very easily end up in litigation, and the first thing they do is they look for inconsistencies during the procedure.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward then at this time? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. Yes? Oh, that's okay. We have a commissioner that does that as well. Yes, sir. Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, whether you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Talhaz Sadiq, Manatee County. Sorry for doing this. I wasn't sworn in.
That's all right. We'll swear you in now. And anyone else who thinks they may want to speak at some point in time and needs to be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Today we've heard from quite a few people from Oneco speaking to the issue of a developer rezoning a parcel of land from single-family housing to being able to build a multi-story affordable housing complex. Really, only 20% of that is going to be dedicated to that. So really, the question is, who are we actually building this for? Now, Manatee County is required every 7 years by Florida statute to be able to conduct a review of the comprehensive development plan. That plan dictates what Manatee County is going to look like for the next 7 years, for the next 10 years, and dictates what it will look like for the next 15, 20, 30, and onward. Manatee County is very much behind in performing a real comprehensive review of that plan. Our approach has been to come to these land use meetings, to conduct private meetings with various commissioners, to be able to just reach out to you all in some way or fashion, to be able to do patchwork updates, as we are trying to do here in Oneco today. And we need to move forward beyond developers coming here, citizens coming here from different communities advocating for what really needs to be done in their communities in a patchwork manner. We need our county to be able to step up and say, we need a plan for this community. As someone that grew up in abject poverty, with the dad yelling at him for watching too much TV on Saturdays, causing the electric bill to go up, or taking one too many showers, causing the water bill to go up, having grown up with rats in our apartment, growing up not here, but in Virginia, where I'm originally from, D.C. area, I know all too well the struggles of growing up poor, of not being able to, not being in control and being able to rise above your circumstances. I also understand the pain of being behind in rent. When I graduated college and moved into my own basement at the time, I struggled the first few months to keep up with it, despite having a college degree. So I understand all too well the struggle that it is to be, person of any age, to be able to keep up with rent, to be able to even find affordable housing. And that's why I urge this county, this county commission today, to not just tackle the issue of affordable housing in a patchwork manner on a case-by-case basis. I urge this county to do a full, comprehensive review of what our plan is going to be for this county and this community, and tackle affordable housing the right way. The right way is not to take away single-family housing from an already poor community. The solution is to build affordable housing communities for the people that need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. So then what we'll have to do is have the translator get closer to the microphone. And you can pull that down.
Beatriz Cortez.
Okay,
She
you
is
can pull the mic
Manatee.
down a little bit, so.
She is 33 years living in Oneco.
Okay.
Pues como decían de los accidentes, en todos lados hay accidentes. De 33 años para acá el tráfico ya es mucho mayor.
She understands that during the time that she's been living here in Manatee County, she has seen a significant change in traffic, how it's increased. And yes, there are accidents, but there's accidents everywhere, she says. It's not only there. And it always happens everywhere in the United States because of the high traffic and the volume of people moving in and out, or, snowbirds or summer's breaks, spring breaks.
Otra que decían del tren. En otros lados pasa el tren y hay apartamentos en otros lados.
There's plenty of other places that have railroad tracks right next to them, and people they get used to it. They get used to the sound. It's loud, but it's not an awful sound, and a lot of kids get attracted by that too. People that have families, and you just learn to live with that.
Otra por ahí por donde está el cine también hay otros apartamentos.
And right down the street where the movie theater is, right across from them, we believe it's a 2 or 3 story complex. So she doesn't think it's an issue for this new build to be the height that it's going to be.
Otra, yo tengo un año que me salí de donde yo rentaba, pero porque me subieron la renta muy alta. Y yo soy madre soltera.
She's a single mother. ¿Cuántos niños?
Uno.
She has 1 child, and it's very hard to find affordable living. Every time she can just find a place to live, the most she can live there is a year, because every year when she goes to renew, they keep increasing it, sometimes even by double. She has to come up with a deposit and move to another place. So almost every year she's at a new address because of the increase. That'll be it. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else like to come forward at this time? All right, we're going to close public comment at this time. Commissioners, it's 11:11. Keep in mind, staff can't get up out of their seats and wander off to the bathroom. Do we want to take a 5 or 10 minute recess here and then come back and conclude this item? Well, we have commissioner questions, discussion, deliberation. Well, I thought we could, of course, I wanted to respond to the public comment, but we could do it after the break, or we can do it now. What do you all want to do?
Yep,
You want
Mr.
power?
Chair,
I
vote for
I
a
would
break.
suggest a break. I would suggest a break.
Okay, so we'll be quick. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We've concluded citizen comment, and now we're into the portion of questions by commissioners for the applicant, they can ask citizens questions if they choose, or questions for staff. They can pretty much ask whomever they like.
Mr. Chair, at the
Ma'am.
appropriate time, either before or after that, I have a few comments I want to make.
You can make your comments now if
Okay.
you like.
Yeah,
We're
we
always
heard-
glad to hear from you.
Well, we heard, testimony regarding existing flooding issues and existing traffic concerns on traffic safety. And while I don't dispute, it's testimony under oath, that is likely the case, when the board sits with its quasi-judicial hat on in this venue, the board can only consider how is the applicant affecting the traffic with their 60-some-odd trips, and how is the applicant causing the flooding to be worse. There's standards that I'm sure the applicant will testify to, but it can't cause adverse impacts off-site on their flooding issue. So I'm just drawing our board's attention. It's a fine line we have to look at.
And Ms. Shank, just to clarify, issues concerning the property having been used as a landfill in the past, it is not classified, and nor has it ever been classified as any classification of a landfill. That responsibility is on the applicant and the state to regulate. Am I correct when I say that?
Yes, the applicant, during the rebuttal or the question, should address the landfill issue. We can't get into that.
Okay. Well, then let's go to the applicant. Sir, I'm first on the board. Please address the landfill issue.
Yes, sir. Bob Gauss, been sworn. The landfill issue, it's not a landfill. We're pretty comfortable with that. I kind of took you through and showed you there was some illegal dumping on it. You've heard the comments about we heard the question, and during the workshop, we went out and we had a phase 1 done. We also had ground penetrating radar done. And the idea of ground penetrating radar is if you just send a geotech out and drill a hole, if the drill doesn't hit a problem, there's not a problem. With the ground penetrating radar, you're looking for anomalies to tell you, should you dig here? Now, you may find a washing machine. That's not really considered to be a problem. If you found a petroleum tank, that would be a bigger issue. So you identify if you have an issue with testing the ground penetrating radar, excavating areas, because obviously we don't want to build a parking lot and a building over the top of something that's going to cause a problem. I mean, the developer has no interest in doing that. You identify it. If it's something that needs to be addressed to the DEP and the EPA, you acknowledge it, you identify it, you address it, and you make sure you properly address it, and with the reports and testing. So that's all part of the development process. We're in that part of it where we have identified that, yes, people have been dumping. We've identified that there's major dumping on the property on the southeast corner of our site, and it's been creeping onto our site. And we don't want that, which is why we've asked to move the fence to keep it off of our property. We can't make it go away. I don't really understand why everybody that spoke against the project seems to be okay with that occurring in their neighborhood, but it seems to be okay with them. We're not okay with it, and we won't allow it to continue on our property. But we will address in all ways anything that's been dumped on the property that can be just removed to the landfill will be removed to the landfill. Anything that we find that requires testing, soil testing, whatever, we'll address that as well. And we'll do it all in accordance with state and federal standards.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden and Cruz are on the board. Commissioner Bearden.
I didn't have any, I just had comments. Are we answering
Yeah,
them?
yes, sir. Now's the time for you can make,
Okay.
it's
so
questions for anybody you want to ask questions to.
Okay.
At this point.
No, I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody coming up today and voicing their concerns. And the pastors always, I appreciate you coming up here as well. I definitely have some concerns regarding this project. I'll be honest with you. And I definitely probably not going to be in favor of voting yes on this. So.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
I didn't have questions. It was more just a long list of comments to citizens, but it sounds like we're pretty close to deliberation, so I can just stay on as first deliberator instead of wasting time if people have actual questions.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and put yourself right back on, sir. Well, Commissioner Ron beat you to it. That's all right. Commissioner Ron.
Mr. Chair, mine's more for staff than the applicant.
Now is the appropriate time.
Okay,
Laura?
great. Real quick question. On 18th Street, Court East, they're making improvements to their subdivision, correct? their new project. Where's traffic? Here he comes.
He's got
All right. Well, they're all lights right there.
He hides.
He hides, traffic hides.
He hopes if he sits in the back, you won't ask him a question.
Sit in the back of the room, we're still going to call you. Real quick question. The applicant has to make certain improvements to what impacts that road to the beginning of their project, correct?
Mary White from Public Works and have been sworn. Regarding the improvement that they shown on their site plan is up to their access point. So
Okay.
what
Well, I'm talking about they're going to widen the road, they're going to clean it from between 51st and their entrance, they're going to
Correct.
widen it, clean up.
Correct, yeah.
My question is, are we as the county have any intention or plan to bring that all the way to, for us to step in, make it not a gravel road or asphalt, whatever it is, crushed asphalt, from where their improvement stops all the way to State Road 70?
currently there is no plan to improve the remainder of the section, the segment.
Okay. Do we have any improvements, do we have any plans at all to improve 51st Avenue East?
No, there is no plan to improve 51st Avenue East.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you. Commissioner Ballard.
So, living in this neighborhood, I do know the traffic patterns well, and I know the roads well. And without significant improvements to 18th Street Court East and 51st Avenue, I do not understand how those roads can handle that additional traffic, especially 18th Street Court East. That road will degrade very, very quickly, and I think that it'll be really unsafe for cars, for that many cars to be on that extremely narrow little road. So as it stands now, I don't think that I can vote for this project.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question also will be for traffic. Is there an option for, because as I'm looking at the overhead, the homes that are currently using this are all south of this site. Is there an option to, just make it to where as you leave this new site, you have to go left and you can't, so it would not change the, the current flow off of 70th?
So, Mary White from Public Works and have been sworn. Just to give a little bit of preamble to this discussion. So, as part of their application process, they have to submit a traffic study. So the purpose is to see what's their impact. Their impact that they have to demonstrate needs to be proportional to the site that they are developing, and based on that, they have to mitigate that one. So, as part of the site plan review, and I can share maybe this exhibit, it would help. For the overhead, so put it this way. So north is here, so we're looking north this way. If you can see, 51st would be on this side, and this is 18th. So from 51st up to their project site, they are making this improvement. And based on their traffic study and based on the model that they run, they show that the majority of the trips, it's most likely is you try to access the first thoroughfare, and 51st seems to be the first thoroughfare that they're going to access. And in total, this development is estimated to produce 60 trips, PM peak trips, during the PM peak. And that's the temporal threshold that we see when we expect the maximum number of, which means the afternoon rush hour. And when I say 60 trips, they are not all in directional. They are kind of, if you assume a naive distribution, they are divided 4 ways equally. So you're looking at 15 trips direction-wise. So based on the impact that they are producing, their mitigation is also proportional. So if there are inherent problems associated with 18th Street, this is not on the applicant to kind of mitigate, to provide the mitigation. So, and also I mentioned earlier that we looked at potential kind of if there were any improvement that we can look in terms of extending some kind of providing some auxiliary lanes on the 51st, but the site is very constrained that it did not make any practical sense to provide any kind of accommodation there. And the left turning movement to 18th Street cumulatively from the site, they were around 12, 15, which runs to be one left turning movement every 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Of course, it can cause some person waiting to make a left turn, but it doesn't reach the threshold of being significantly problematic for that intersection.
So do we have enough, as you go to 70 on 18th Street Court East, do we have enough right-of-way to make that? I mean, there's a lot of things that don't smell like roses on this project. It's not to say that it's, and then there's good things, I mean, as well. But the one that most concerned me is they're saying people are having to stop on 70 if anyone's pulling out there because there's not enough room for both cars. That's pretty concerning. Do we at least have enough right-of-way to make that entrance wide enough for the car to go ahead and make a right turn to head, I believe that's north on 18th Street Court East? Do we know?
I think so. I will let Bob maybe chime in, but there was a mention of State Road 70, people making a right turn from 70 northbound on 18th Street. State Road 70 is DOT facility, one. Regarding right-of-way issues, I think has to be coordinated with DOT. But in terms of analysis, the applicant needs to see their impact area, which is determined by how much trips they produce and also extent of the area. So, for example, they cannot look what's happening, let's say, on 75, which is very farther away from their site. So their impact area is proximal to their project site, and the first one that would be impacted in a major way would be 51st, and they've done that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I can just add to it, two things. One is that we're fine just requiring residents of our project to make left turns out only. The reason our access is on 18th Street Court East is that was something we worked out with staff because the staff was more concerned, and we agree with staff, that trying to put the entrance directly onto 51st in the proximity of between a railroad crossing and 18th Street was actually a worse location for project entrance than putting it on 18th. So that was the reason that the project is accessing 18th. It was something we discussed with staff, and we all agreed that that made the most sense. And then we make sure that 18th is 24 feet wide, meets county standards from there up to 51st. So that's the reason it's where it is. One of the things that the comment that was made, a question made, is the county planning thing? You know, if you remember during the presentation, we're in the southwest TIF area. What that basically means is the county has the ability to direct TIF funds to do improvements to 18th Street Court East if it wants to, down there to the south. I don't know that all of it can be widened. I would suspect that down at State Road 70, if the county wanted to widen that to a 24-foot wide road far enough in to let people pull in, I suspect that probably could be done. But I know that there are some other spots where you've got trees that you'd probably lose, that nobody's going to want to lose them. But we can require people to make a left turn. And like Mary pointed out, we've done the traffic study. We've provided the empirical evidence that shows that our project is not going to have, a significant adverse impact on that. We've estimated 15% of our trips go south, down, or south and north, but the 15% of our trips, of those 60 trips, will go on 18th Street Court East. The rest of them will be distributed out on 51st. So from a traffic study standpoint, and using the methodologies that are in place to be used, our project complies with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. So I'm just going to say that. I don't know if Mr. Yates needs to add to it.
Again, Michael Yates with Plum Traffic, and I have been sworn. Again, as Mr. Gause has indicated, our traffic study did assume 15% going south. That is the distribution we got from the neighborhood to our north. We actually did counts out there. We actually looked at what they were actually traveling, the patterns that they were traveling, and that's why we use the 15% to the south. We are fine limiting our exit to be a left out only, so they go up to 51st. 51st is a thoroughfare roadway. It has sufficient capacity to accommodate the project. We've shown that in our traffic study. We've shown the intersection at 18th and 51st operates within the county standards. And I'd be happy to answer any more questions about that.
And the applicant is also agreeable to requiring that in all lease agreements, that there be a provision in the lease agreement that requires the residents to make lefts out of the project to when they exit. So, I mean, we understand the concern. The reality is, we feel like we have addressed the issues as far as the code and tried to go above and beyond by whatever we can do to make it better. So, I don't know if you have more questions or you want me to complete a rebuttal.
Commissioner Ron, or Satcher, I'm sorry, Commissioner Satcher.
Well, they mentioned looking at another neighborhood. And so what other neighborhood did we count trips from on the traffic study?
On the traffic study, what we did is when they said that during the neighborhood workshop, we point out we'd done the traffic study and that it was in compliance and the county staff had accepted it. The comment was made, it only addressed weekday traffic and that the traffic was substantially worse during weekends. Well, we went ahead and did the trip counts for the entire week to determine if that was in fact a true statement or, just perception. In the end, it showed that we had reductions.
Rather than maybe, I haven't decided which way I'm going to vote yet on this, but let me just say, looking at this location, common sense tells me that more than 15% of the people are going to want to go south, and that makes me, my faith in your in traffic studies or your traffic study, I just want to say that I'm not buying that number, but that is what it is. Thank you.
Commissioner Thatcher, can I address your comment?
Sure, if you want.
Again, this is Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. We actually went out, and if you can put on the overhead. This is our project site right here. 51st is here. 18th Street Court East is here. This is the intersection we counted. This is the neighborhood to our north. That is where we did the traffic count. We actually did AM and PM peak hour from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. So for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. This is the distribution that was actually observed occurring out there from that neighborhood over those 4-hour periods. It was 15% to the south, 55% to the west, and 30% to the east. That is based on actual data collected at the intersection during 4 hours of a typical weekday.
Sure, and so that was, in my mind, I'm probably just not going to get into it, but that's not, I never asked how many peak trips. I haven't asked that a single time. I'm just talking about what is going to go north and what's going to go south, and obviously east and west. Common sense tells me that this neighborhood is farther south and closer to 70, and so it's probably a lot simpler for people to go south. If you are coming from the neighborhood to the north of that, and you're crossing a relatively useful road there, and you're going to have to cross it anyway, makes sense to me that you'd probably go ahead and go west. So, how I vote and how anyone else's vote is up to them. There's good, there's bad on this project. We obviously need affordable housing. So I may vote for this, but I just want it to be clear that I'm not fooled by that number, and I don't think it's very good faith to sit there, raise your voice at me, and say, we counted this. Obviously, the neighborhood that's farther to the north and crosses a thoroughfare street makes sense they would go a different way than the Shell Road. It also makes sense that the neighborhood or the complex you're talking about putting on the Shell Road is probably more likely to go south since they're close to 70 there than 15%. So I wouldn't have doubled down on the fact that that's a skewed number, but you can, it's up to you. You can do what you want. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher, I apologize if you took that, raising my voice at you. I was just trying to answer your question as thoroughly as I could.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm next on the board. And Meredith, I'm gonna have you come back up. Thank you for not going to the back of the room. So the applicant has, I see where we're going here and what the concerns are. I share the same concerns in regards to 18th. However, from a legal standpoint, the applicant has frontage and access to 51st. Is it staff's request that they move the entrance to 18th, is my understanding?
Correct.
Okay. So just to be clear, the issue is not that they don't have access. They have access to 51st, but we have requested they move it to 18th. And so I just want to make sure we don't get ourselves in the trouble by saying, well, 18th is not, an adequate road, so well, they have an adequate road on 51st. We're the ones who move them to 18th, this is my concern. And then the traffic study shows that the project is not going to create an adverse impact when it comes to the road system. And so if that's the case, then enhancing the road system is not the responsibility. I'm not, because I'm not arguing with anyone that the road system needs to be enhanced on 18th. But the responsibility of enhancing the road system, if their project does not create an adverse impact, falls on the government. The government's job is to, right, everybody, first thing anyone says is, well, if you didn't have government and taxes, who would build the roads? Well, that's our job. We're supposed to build the roads. And so I guess my point is this is an example of where we can't, it seems like we are punishing the applicant who has, is not creating an adverse impact, right? And they have adequate frontage on 51st, which is a road that's more than capable of handling it. And it seems like the government has steered them, and I'm not coming after you at all. You probably made the best decision you could, and you saw that 51st Street entrance, and you thought, it'd be smarter to move it to 18th. But now you're in sort of a lose-lose situation. You're caught in a lose-lose situation here because 18th no one likes 18th either. I'm not a big fan of 18th myself. But I don't want us to get caught up in a quasi-judicial hearing telling an applicant that 18th is not adequate when, unfortunately, even though I agree with the commissioners and the residents, we have a study that says that it is adequate, because that creates a legal problem for us. And two, they have 51st, which is adequate, but we're the ones that put them on 18th. So I just don't want to, we're always concerned about these things ending up in court, and I'm foreseeing a problem here that we're creating for ourselves.
If I may.
Commissioner Cruz is 100% going to end up in court. And so, Meredith, you tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm right, I guess. Give us a little guidance. You're the expert.
So
you make the big bucks.
Mary Wahid, Public Works, have been sworn. So it's my professional opinion that in terms of safety and welfare for every resident, not just the residents of this project as well as general public, locating the access on 18th is better. Mostly the proximity to railroads and also with railroads comes a stringent control of access, so it's better off to put access away from railroads.
And so when you're saying better, what you're saying is even though 51st is the larger road with better capacity, you're saying because of the railroad, you feel that it's safer for us to put it on the quiet side street of 18th.
Correct. And the location of the access is very proximal to 51st.
Sure.
That,
so we're going to try and get them to go from 18th
correct.
straight to 51st.
Yeah. And I want just to restate, this was our kind of recommendation to
sure.
to Bob to
and
if there was
that.
potential to relocate it, and they were agreeable, right. And we worked from there.
I appreciate that, and I also realize that with this one, you were kind of given two not great options, and you're trying to pick the best of the two.
Yeah, so it's the context dependency of the site, and to make it work as best as we can. And the second item that you mentioned, I want to reiterate, is the concept of proportionality in terms of impact. An applicant or a person cannot be held accountable for what's beyond the proportional impact of their site. So
Correct.
that's pretty much standard the way we see, and that's one of the main reasons we did the traffic study is to see what's their impact to the site in the area, and we
If
cannot
they're not
hold
creating
them.
an adverse impact, then it is the responsibility of the government to fix and maintain the roads.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. That was my question. Commissioner Cruz, I've been skipping over you over and over. Do you want to speak, or you're still holding out?
I 100% want to speak.
Okay.
But I don't have questions. I just have comments to citizens, comments to all of you, and my
Okay, well,
opinion.
then we'll proceed with questions for now then.
Correct,
Okay.
that's why I'm just
Commissioner
sitting
Ron.
You
Thank
took
you,
me
Mr.
off
Chair.
again.
Put yourself back on so you can
Hey,
walk on.
Bob, could you do me a favor? And there's some concern from the gentleman that's sitting in the front row with regards to the flooding they're experiencing, some of it coming off this property. Can you walk them through the process of just how your project cannot impact their property, and that you are putting the stormwater in and those type of things?
Yes, sir, and I have somebody from Shore DePal Engineering here. If I mess it up, he can come up and correct me. But bottom line is, what I primarily heard Mr. Straka point out was that he's getting flooding off of 18th Street Court East, which is more of a county issue than it is our site issue. From the standpoint of our site, we cannot increase the flooding on somebody's property. That's a state regulation. That is why, and I'll put it up on the board so we just have the site plan. I think this right here. See if I put it up the right direction. Yeah, more or less. You know, from our standpoint, we've tried to make sure that we provide plenty of stormwater retention. At one time, we thought there was a possibility we'd have to do a lot of floodplain attenuation, but after Manatee County and SWIFMA did their study, it turned out that the actual floodplain is down inside the ditch. And we met with SWIFMA, and the ditches are other surface waters as opposed to wetlands. So we'll be directing all of our drainage into our stormwater facility, both for treatment and for attenuation. So from the site standpoint, that's where our stormwater will be going, because that's what we have to do, is we have to capture, treat, and attenuate all of our required stormwater. We have to get state permits, and we also have to get Manatee County to agree to it as well. So that's the normal process for stormwater.
Right, thank you.
And we've certainly agreed to that. And one thing that I want to be sure I say, we are fine with the condition that says that we will only have left turns out of 18th Street, onto 18th Street Court East. Truth is, like I said, you know, we worked with staff and said, you know, we kind of wanted to put our entrance on 51st, bigger road, but we agree, you're right, it makes sense, and so we very quickly made that adjustment. We hope that we won't be held, you know, I hear the concerns about, oh, well, 18th Street Court East, but the reality is, that is the right place to put our entrance, and we think it is the right thing. I've got a couple of things. If you want, I'll go ahead and go through my rebuttal. Haven't really done that.
Oh, I thought
Maybe
that,
just
okay.
answer. Mainly, I'm just answering questions. And actually, I have the owner here, because sometimes you think, you know, there's an owner. He's here. He's going to ultimately want to make a statement. But I do want to talk about a few things. The obvious thing, first and most obvious, is, as I think you all know, infill is tough. The toughest thing about an infill development is it's not the utilities. The utilities are there. That's why infill is a good thing. Your transportation network is there. In this case, your bus routes are there. The walkability to shopping, to work is there. Walkability to school, it's there. Sidewalks, they're there. Stormwater is going to be able to be handled. So from the standpoint of why it's a good thing to do infill development, it's a great thing to do infill development. Now, the downside is neighbors usually get mad. They come and they speak, and they've shown up and they speak. One of the other things that happened today that you don't see as often is people coming, especially lower income people, showing up to speak in favor of the project, because guess what? They're the ones that are most impacted when we don't provide the affordable housing. And so they've shown up today. They've also signed a petition. Now, I know you saw another petition that came through, basically signed by 11 residents of one single-family home and 7 residents with 5 last names in another single-family home adjoining our property, and then 2 other residents. I'm not sure that you have 11 people living in a single-family home, but the reality is that is what happens when you don't find ways to do development where it's controlled, where you can have on-site management, where you can afford to have on-site management. You know, I heard the comment made about let's have duplexes. And I think if you were to talk to Sheriff Rick Wells, he would tell you that if you want to increase crime and blight, do more duplexes. And, I mean, the West 30 Patrol Zone is one of the most crime-ridden zones in Manatee County, and it's an area that used to be referred to as Duplex City. So I don't think duplexes are the way to go. You have to be able to do something where you can manage it. That is what we are actually proposing to do. We've addressed school capacity. The school district does have capacity for this project. We'd have heard about it if they didn't. And we'll have to continue to work with the school district on that. Access is being improved. And we are in compliance with the comp plan. We are in compliance with the land development code. You know, we talk about how do you make a community? Oneco is a community. I mean, I grew up in Manatee County. I can remember Oneco Methodist Church having one of the baddest softball teams in the church league. And you knew you were in for a game when you played Oneco Methodist. I mean, I'm not somebody new to Manatee County. I grew up here in Manatee County. And it does have a proud history, and nobody's trying to change that proud history. But it is also a community that has evolved, and it's continuing to evolve. You know, we're in a site where we're butting up, we're not really, technically we're butting up against a single-family residence. That, to all appearances, is a junkyard. But, you know, that's what we've got as our neighbor. And so we're trying to deal with that as best we can. I've shown you the pictures. But, you know, we're trying to do something that's good for Oneco. Mr. Sherby can get up and speak, but, you know, he took over that plaza. BSD took over that plaza. They took a vacant plaza and they got it occupied. He's done things like, I don't know if you've driven by it lately, but one of the things he did and does is he has movie night out in the parking lot. I'm not 100% sure that that's supposed to be allowed, but it brings the community together in that parking lot. He added a playground to the parking lot because he said the people that shop in the plaza need someplace for the kids to be able to play. So he put in a fenced-in playground. Now, this project will also have a fenced-in playground, but they have a track record of trying to make things better, and they've done that. They've shown that at Oneco Square Plaza. And I think if you allow them, they will show it again on this site. The reality is we have an affordable housing problem, and the affordable housing problem isn't the Section 8 stuff. It's for the people that are getting jobs in Manatee County, working for the school district, for the law enforcement, for you guys. And in this particular case, those people are speaking up, and they're saying, we need help. And that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're asking you to do. And if I can, I'd like to have Sharon stand up and maybe give you something.
Ladies, gentlemen, County Commissioners, thank you very much. Is there any questions? My name is Sharon Sharabi. I'll start first. Is there any questions you'd like me to address first before I speak?
Can you say if he's sworn?
Oh, I have been sworn.
Have you been sworn, sir?
Yes, I have, yes. Yeah, I've been here since the beginning.
That's my only question.
Okay. We've, just a little background, we've purchased, my partner and I, at BSD Capital. We've purchased Oneco approximately, I'd say, about 5 years ago now. Oneco, at the time when we purchased it, was about 15% occupancy and 85% vacant. It was dilapidated, to say the least, and we took it upon ourselves to make it the best property we possibly can for the neighborhood and for the area. We had what was at the time a previous Winn-Dixie. It was an open space, and it was also closed for about 7 years at the time. And we decided to turn it into a market. We decided, you know, what's the best use and how we're going to do it. So we came up with a concept for $7 a day rent to allow young business entrepreneurs to start their own businesses and to create a better life for themselves. Inside, we put approximately 17 restaurants, bring in different flavors. Hope some of you have come and tasted some of the flavors that we have in the market. It's an incredible place. During that time, about 2 years after, came the COVID, and we said, what can we do in order for people to come and have some kind of attractions in the area? And that's where we came up with the drive-in movie theater. I know I saw some giggles and stuff and some people, but it was just something to do when everybody's stuck at home, that we can be in the car and still enjoy a free movie. Everything we did in the center itself is absolutely free. Everything today, if you want to do, I have 6 girls myself, everything you want to do is extremely expensive. And there's not many things that you can, constantly check and see, what can I do that doesn't cost an arm and a leg? Even to go see a movie today, it's $200 when you go with your kids. So we decided to do a free movie, which obviously we purchased the movie and then we projected onto the screen. We brought the circus to Oneco. Everything we do is completely complementary to the entire community. It's not just words, it's actual actions. At any given time, anyone can say this, and, there's a lot of, people say many different things. Yes, we're developers, but yes, we do care wherever we build. We don't build stick, we build concrete. There's something to be said about, someone said, why not make a project 100% affordable housing? Thing is that there's a common balance in everything you do. If I build cheap, then yes, I can do 100%. But the thing is, if you want to build quality, we'd build everything with concrete, CBS, and we do everything with impact windows. Everything is closed corridors, completely air-conditioned. There's no open corridors, there's no outdoor balconies. There's balconies, but not in the corridors themselves, elevators. And in order to sustain quality projects, unfortunately, there's a cost basis to it, which I'm sure you all know. So with, not to decide where do we go cheaper, where we can't, when it comes to quality, it's important to give the best quality you possibly can. And that's the number one thing that we will not deviate from. So the most we could have done is 25% for affordable housing. Even our shopping center, as developers, we are the least expensive per square foot shopping center in the entire area. We rent for less than $10 a square foot. And the idea is obviously to create additional, and I apologize if I'm boring anyone, last minute, I'm sorry, to give the best possible for the entire neighborhood. So yes, we do care about the community, and I hope you do find us in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions? Sorry.
Are there any questions? Well, we've already completed questions. This is rebuttal.
Okay.
So, thank you, sir. Mr. Gauss, any final comments?
Just, we are in agreement with the stipulations that staff has put on there. We are in compliance with the comprehensive growth management plan, the land development code. We have a unanimous recommendation approval from your planning commission. We have done the traffic studies, and, we think we're all fully in compliance, but more importantly, we think we're the right thing for this piece of property at this time. So we hope that you will give us your approval. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank
I'm
you.
going to put this into the record. This is just another petition signed by.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Ballard and Cruz. Commissioner Ballard.
I have a question for Ms. Schenk. If I, am I still able to ask
You
questions?
can always ask your legal counsel advice, yes.
Perfect. So if we have determined that the impact being made to traffic is being mitigated by the applicant to the extent that they are required to, is there anything that the county can and should do at the time that this is approved to mitigate the rest of the impact that we all know is there, because this road is undersized, it is going to be unsafe, but if this traffic study has determined what it is that this developer needs to do for their portion, what can the county do to, or what is the county's responsibility to make sure that the rest of that road is safe and that we're not creating an unsafe situation with these roads?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I just could break down for once, the transportation analysis really has two pieces. One, you have more discretion than the other. As Meredith pointed out, the transportation concurrency, it's crunching the numbers, and most projects don't averagely pack the roads because the thresholds are so high. Then there's the traffic circulation safety component, which you do have discretion on. And, you do have the ability to deny projects based on that if you have the evidence in the record to support it. The policy decision later on that you would have is direct staff to put it on the agenda, a plan for improving a certain road or a certain area, and they have to report back to you with a funding source. I mean, it's not just driven by this project, there's a number of issues in that area. Right. It's a funding issue for the board, legislative policy decision of the board. It's not so much that the developer's forcing you to, it's just public health, safety, welfare. If you want to do that, you can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz?
Are we on deliberation now?
Yes, sir, we're in
All right.
deliberation.
Bob's done? All right. A lot of this is just responding to people. I figured I'd just wait till deliberation because that's what it'll sound like. I mean, first off, about the road, that's not where I was going to start, but it seems like that's where people's concerns are, and understandably. But every time someone shows up here with some massive 1,000-home development next to Spencer Parish or Erie or some other underserved road, everyone up here goes on falling over themselves, making sure the public understands that we can't hold developers responsible for inadequate roads, and that's the county's responsibility. And we can't decline something because the county didn't do something. But then an affordable housing project comes up, now all of a sudden the road's the issue. I mean, that's not. I mean, that's not how the state works. That's not how our approvals work. If we think 18th's inadequate, put it on the CIP. Try to find funding for it. Maybe move some other money off of some other project in someone else's district and fix the road. I mean, to say there's no turn lane on 70, guess what? There's no turn lane. There's a minor little slip lane. There's no turn lane turning into Walmart on 70. Like, how many cars do you think turn into Walmart on a daily basis versus turn onto this road for 90-something units? This is not going to be a problem on State Road 70. There's no turn lane to get into the post office. There's no turn lane to get to Walmart. You go down Manatee Avenue, there's no turn lane anywhere. And there's a driveway every 50 feet, and cars have to stop. That's just how traffic works. And that's what happens when you don't have adequate right-of-way from the start. So the road has nothing to do with anything, I think, about this, because, again, we claim over and over again that inadequate roads are not a developer's problem. And they're doing everything they can to try to minimize that. They're fixing part of the road themselves to make it a little better. They moved the entryway based on recommendation of staff to make it better. I think the site plan they put together is very considerate because they put the building against the road to the north and against the train to the west, to their own detriment, honestly, because that creates more noise. They could have flipped this entire site plan and put this 3-story building next to the single-family homes, which would have been worse for the single-family homes. So they're causing problems, quote unquote, due to a site plan that's more considerate, and I think that's important to consider. And somebody mentioned, people are fast tracking and getting higher density based upon, and it's become a trend. It's a feature. It's not a bug. It's on purpose. Like we propose 25% affordable housing to get double density to encourage people to come. The state requires us to fast track affordable housing. We encourage people to take more density to provide affordable housing, and in all honesty, very few people take it. We have one up in Ellington, I think there's one other. Some people do 100% because they're using 4% and 9% tax credits, but the regular market rate type property who's willing to build 25% affordable is few and far between. We're begging people to do this, and they're coming and doing it. And they're not, as someone has said, an investor group from South Florida. They're actively in Oneco now, as they said afterward. They're putting their money and their time and their experience into the improvement of this immediate area. And I think this is a great location for affordable and market rate housing, honestly. You're effectively walking distance from the Bells Distribution Center, which is a huge employment opportunity for people living here. You're walking distance, give it 15, 20 minutes, but still walking distance from Walmart and Sam's Club and groceries over, that you can purchase there. You're walking distance from Restore and the farmer's market the other direction. You've got a transit line right near there to get to work. I mean, this is the kind of infill location I run around this town and encourage people to use for affordable housing. So, I hear everyone's concern, but every time I check this thing off, I'm like, I just don't get it. Like noise. I'm looking at a map here. There's like 10 single-family homes immediately next to the railroad track. Unless you're going to convince me all 10 of those are vacant, then people much closer to this railroad seemingly have no problem dealing with that noise. This is further away. It's going to be more protected. It's going to have a landscape buffer. And in all honesty, if it's too loud and people don't want to live there because it's loud, guess what they're going to have to do? Lower the rent until they find 90-something people willing to deal with that noise. That's good for me. I'll take that all day long. I'd rather the rent be lower. If they have to lower the rent, that's okay with me. I promise you, there will be 94 or 96, whatever it is, families in this community that will pay some amount of money to live next to a railroad track. I promise you that's the case. That they're not going to have a hard time filling this thing at all, and the kids aren't going to be a problem. There's a school closer to the railroad track than this property is going to be with the Gulf Coast Christian Academy. I don't see any fences on there either. So I understand you're trying to come up with reasons behind it, but we're trying to encourage this kind of housing. We're trying to encourage things coming into places like Oneco and Samoset and other areas of our community that's close to employment centers and close to transit. It's close to groceries, especially in some of these food desert type areas. This is the exact project that I want to see on this location. And while no project is perfect, whether it's for traffic or it's for noise or it's for surrounding area, sometimes you got to take the good with the bad. Sometimes you have to say that the benefits outweigh the cost. I love this project. I will make the motion the second it comes up. I see absolutely no problem with this. So I thank you for bringing it forward. I thank you for staying in Oneco, seeing a demand based upon your existing investment and expanding upon it. I think this is great. I'm surprised it's been discussed this long.
Thank you, sir. No one else is on the board, so we will entertain motions. I see Commissioner Ron. Okay, Cruz, seconded by Ron. So there's been, Madam Clerk, there's a motion to approve the item by Commissioner Cruz. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. There's no one on the board for discussion or deliberation at this time. We have held public comment, and so we're casting our votes now. Madam Clerk, the item passes by a vote of 4-2 with Commissioners Ballard and Bearden in opposition. All right. Thank you all so much. It is 12:05. We're going to recess this meeting for lunch. We will resume the meeting at 1:30. We're in recess. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are moving right along here through our land use meeting today, Thursday, April 20th. And we are going to item number 9 in the agenda. It's out of order, but it is a time certain at 1:30. And so we're taking up item number 9 now. Mrs. DePaul, would you please read item number 9 into the record?
Item number 9 for time certain of 1:30 is a mediated settlement agreement of Special Magistrate Clifford Shepard regarding Resolution R-22-094 denying application number PDR-21-07ZG to rezone 42 acres of real property generally located at 2401 Twin Rivers Trail to the PDR Plan Development Residential Zoning District, a general development plan for 126 single-family detached residential units, and a 5,000 square foot residential support use facility with related specific approvals.
Thank you, ma'am. This is quasi-judicial. It is not.
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay, well, let's go with it is. Well, council says it is. It's not on my sheet here, but I will defer to council. Does anyone have any ex parte communication they'd like to disclose at this time? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to Ms. Schenk, who would like to make a statement before we start the proceeding. Ma'am?
Okay, this is the result of a mandatory dispute resolution process. I just have to go over a bit of the history before I turn over the applicant. I want to incorporate all the prior documents of the public hearing record from all the prior hearings the board held, specifically all the testimony documents and other evidence submitted at the public hearings held April 14th, 2022 by the Plan Commission, and the May 5th, 2022 and June 2nd, 2022 public hearings held by the board are incorporated into the record. The board adopted resolution number R-22094 on June 2nd, 2022 to deny the proposed rezone, general development plan, and related specific approval requests depicting 126 single-family detached residential lots and a residential support use in the project. The applicant, Elevation Development LLC, filed a timely petition for mandatory mediation process, which was heard before a special magistrate pursuant to Section 7051 Florida statute. That's a component of the Burt J. Harris Act that relates to takings claims. But this particular aspect of the act is a mandatory mediation facilitation session in attempt to resolve the matter. So there's no actually pending litigation yet. On September 9th, 2022, after public notice was provided, the mediation phase of the dispute resolution process was held by Special Magistrate Clifford Shepard at the County Administration Building in accordance with applicable law. At the public mediation, the applicant proposed an amendment to the General Development Plan as described in the mediated settlement agreement, and the applicant's plant agents will go over that. The board is now required to hold a quasi-judicial public hearing prior to the board taking action, which may take the form of a motion to approve modifications, or deny the application. Additionally, the board can continue the matter if the board determines in its discretion more information is required prior to taking action. And at this point, I'll turn over to the applicant, and this will be the full quasi-judicial hearing, applicant, staff, and citizens, and so forth.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we get started, we're going to have anyone who intends to address this board or speak on this matter or any other quasi-judicial matter. Essentially, if you plan to speak to the board at any point during today's meeting, we're going to ask you to please stand and be sworn in by the clerk. Anyone who intends to testify, please stand and be sworn by the clerk now.
Do you swear or affirm that the representations and statements you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And you step to the podium. Please state your name, showing your residence, and if you do.
Thank you. Who is here to represent the applicant?
Hi, Linda Stewart, planner with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant. Oh. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have been sworn. I'm a resident of Lee County. Oh, you okay? Hi. This is for Estates at River's Edge, located at the southwest corner of Mulholland Road and Twin Rivers Trail in Parrish. The initial application was to rezone the property from agricultural and north central overlay to a planned development residential zoning district. The general development plan approval process was requested for a 126-lot, single-family residential subdivision located on approximately 42 acres. It's in the future land use of UF3, allowing 3 dwelling units per acre, which this plan is in compliance with as far as the comprehensive plan density requirements for this development. As stated by the county attorney, the initial application through the Board of County Commissioners was denied, and it went through the public mediation process, which was held pursuant to Florida Land Use and Environmental Dispute Resolution Act, Section 70.51 of the Florida statutes. And within that mediation, with the applicant and county staff, the residential support use that was initially proposed to be located in the northern portion of the property was eliminated. The general development plan was reconfigured to relocate our 50-foot wide lots and 40-foot wide lots to the interior of the property to keep them interior and have 60-foot lots, the larger lots, along the perimeter of the property along Twin Rivers Trail. And the out parcel that was created up in the northeast corner where we eliminated the neighborhood use, we relocated a couple of lots up into that area. We maintained the 126-foot lot count that was originally submitted to the county. This is the revised lot layout. As you can see, we have relocated a couple of lots to the northern section of our driveway in the northeast corner of the property. And the smaller 40s and 50-foot lots are relocated interior with the 60-foot lots on the exterior. One specific approval is being requested. Since we have over 100 lots, you're supposed to have 2 access points, but due to some constraints in the existing Twin River subdivision platting, we were not able to provide 2 different access points. So we're requesting the 1 access point, which will also serve as the boulevard entrance instead of just a single entrance as mitigation for this. Let's see, and these are copies of the Twin Rivers plat. The landscape strips that have been placed along Mulholland Road and Twin Rivers Trail were actually platted as tracks. And because they're platted as tracks, we cannot go through those. They have been given to the association, so we can't cross someone else's property in order to have a connection out onto Twin Rivers Trail. Thus, we have requested a specific approval for 1 connection with a boulevard entrance. These are different highlighted, blown-up sections indicating where these landscape buffer tracks have been located. These are the dedications on the plat indicating that they do belong to public utilities or to the Gamble Creek development, therefore we cannot cross them. Since the proposed development received staff approval, we've made the following revisions in an effort to answer a lot of the questions that have come up about this and numerous public hearings. We had a removal of the residential support use, which also reduced the traffic. We had a relocation of the smaller lots to the interior of the property, leaving the larger lots near Twin Rivers Trail. And we also had the removal of Mulholland roadway extension, which was supposed to be through the northeastern corner of this development. The developer was going to pay for that extension to Twin Rivers Trail. And it was removed from the thoroughfare plan, therefore we removed it from our plan and came back with a revision to our plan with that connection removed. The residential uses on this property are compatible with all surrounding uses, which are residential in Twin Rivers. And we are in compliance with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan for the review criteria, and we request that your approval on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do not have any commissioners on the board at this time for comment, so I believe we will then go to staff. Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon, everybody. Marshall Robinson. I'm a staff planner, and I have been sworn. As Mr. Stewart pointed out, this has already been before the board once before. They received a denial resolution. They took it before a special magistrate to consider a couple of items, one which is lot size, and the other one which was the access. And on the site plan, as Linda pointed out, they did rearrange some of the lot sizes on the use. We are in compliance, and this is from the 5,000 square feet should have been struck out. I think this is not the right PowerPoint. The 5,000 square feet has been pulled off of the plan now. We do have the larger lots on the exterior. We are in compliance with the future land use category, and the project has been reviewed against all LDC criteria and appears to meet that criteria along with consistency of the comprehensive plan. Here is the strike-through language, hopefully, that you see in the handout for the staff report that was in the agenda backup. These are the changes that were made as a result of the special magistrate's settlement agreement for the mediation. So a few changes were made, talking about the lot sizes, talking about the specific approval for the access. And these are the specific approvals that carried over from the project that you saw once before. None of these specific approvals had changed as a result of the mediation. The lot development standard size, as Linda says, there are projects in the area that are consistent with these standards. For typical lots, open space, they meet. They're in the coastal planning area. The setbacks are all consistent with development in the area. I don't really have much more to talk about, and I'm here to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Commissioner Satcher is on the board. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So they took out the part of Mulholland that, you know, is basically headed towards the river where
Yes, sir.
there'd be no use for that at this point. Is there any, where are we at as far as maybe CIP or any type of project to get the eastern portion of Mulholland? I mean, we just need a connection. It seems like we need a connection somewhere with all those roads or with all those homes on the southeast corner of that neighborhood.
Commissioner Satcher, I'm going to ask Peroni Bonifillis to come up and speak. He can talk about our CIP projects if we have
Appreciate that.
anything in the area.
Or if we could use these impact fees, I mean, I don't care how we do it.
Good afternoon. Boni Fields, Acting Transportation Planning Division Manager at Binsuan. For the, you don't have any CIP project on this area. And Mulholland Extension was removed, I think it was approved by the board to remove this segment from the bridge going to the east. But we don't have any CIP project now planned for Mulholland Road.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
We don't have anyone else on the board for questions of staff at this time, so we'll move forward with public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on, I forgot the item number. Is it 9? It is 9. It's out of order. That's why. Okay, so item number 9 on today's agenda. Anyone like to come forward? Please come forward at this time. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Franca Pozo. I live in Twin Rivers, Manatee. You guys have seen me and many of the Twin Rivers here. We have a problem with traffic. I mean, no doubt, everybody knows, this committee knows, you guys helped us to put speed humps around Twin Rivers Trail. And we appreciate that help, but it's very little. Now we're having all these 252 houses. We already have a traffic problem. Last meeting, you guys said no to Mulholland to Fort Hammer, and one of your commissioners said we shot ourselves on the foot, and that's exactly what is happening. The developer wants to make money. The county wants to make money with property taxes and all that. And we as residents are stuck with the traffic. So we've been coming here over and over saying, we have a problem, please listen to us, care about our situation. So they want to make money, you guys want to make money. Before they do the houses, we need Mulholland to be open, to alleviate the problem that currently we have and add up to the traffic that we're going to have. So we would appreciate that you guys listen to our concerns with traffic. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on item number 9 on today's agenda? Yes, ma'am. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I just have a question. Last time we had a time certain, we didn't need to come at 9:30 to hand in paperwork to get extended time, and then the laptops are now down.
You can hand that in to the clerk right here. And you're saying you have 5 signatures or more?
Yeah.
You have 10 signatures.
Well, no, 5
Oh, okay.
for the 10 minutes.
So we'll extend your time to 10 minutes. You can address the board on this item.
Okay, great.
First and last name, tell us
Sorry.
you've been sworn.
Yes. Danelle Cabria, Manatee County, and I have been sworn in. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Actually, good afternoon now. I am not sure why we are here today. Do you have I'm sorry. Can we start my
Don't worry,
time?
if you're 10 seconds over,
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
Because it kind of goes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I am not sure why we are here today. This plan came before the board with a no recommendation from the PC over a year ago. It was denied by the board on May 5th of last year. After a brief mediation meeting where the opening comments from the applicant's attorney were threats of litigation via the Burt-Harris Act, and again those offhand comments repeated to me from said mediator, it is without a doubt that we have issues with our process. The staff report included in today's agenda is still absent of any details of how or why this application is inconsistent with the LDC, despite the board's 5-2 vote for denial. The agenda doesn't include the 50-plus public comments, the petition signed by over 63% of our households, the letters submitted or summary of the numerous speakers we had that day. Commissioner Bearden, Commissioner Ballard, you may be at a disadvantage with not having all of these mentioned details, so I can only hope your briefings provided them for you. 4 of you sitting on the dais denied this application. I don't need to repeat another slideshow of LDC codes to demonstrate how this GDP plan is inconsistent. Everything we presented to the board is written in the denial resolution R-22-094 as expertly written by Ms. Schenk and included in the agenda. There are at least 10 findings of fact and summarized in the conclusions of law stating that the applicant failed to meet its burden of proof. At the mediation meeting, the applicant offered to remove the commercial daycare. The mediator suggested that estates at River's Edge replace all of the 40-foot lots and utilize 50-foot lots, which is Twin Rivers The Cove smallest lot size. In theory, this would naturally reduce density, make the development more compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, and would result in less traffic on our neighborhood roads. The applicant was not interested. They were also not interested in constructing the Mulholland to Rye Road extension or entering into an agreement with the county to do so. The mediated settlement resulted in a snaking of the lots or moving the lots around. The amended site plan continues with 126 homes, which did nothing to resolve compatibility issues, the density level, or traffic patterns, but it did abandon 4 home sites outside of its own neighborhood. Now, I don't doubt these homes will sell, but it is a questionable design by any engineer. It is visually odd for a new development site plan, as well as it's not an aesthetically pleasant sightline from our neighborhood. It appears just to be a smug judgment call from the applicant just to fit in those 4 home sites. And again, as detailed in the denial resolution, item 2, 4, and 6, all not resolved. The conclusion of law reads, quote, "The applicant failed to meet its burden of proof that this rezone is consistent with the comp plan, that the applicant failed to demonstrate that the density and the intensity requested for the project are compatible with the traffic circulation patterns, that the applicant failed to demonstrate that the GDP is compatible with the surrounding area. This cites our standards for approval in legal terms. You are the policymakers of this. County staff should be the enforcer of this. I was disappointed and actually stunned that the mediation hearing ended so quickly with the quote negotiations. And it is unfortunate that the amended plan passed again through staff review and put on the land use agenda, yet has been postponed 2 times until today. Yes, the applicant removed the commercial daycare. Check. That resolved item 13 and reduced AM and PM peak hour vehicle trips by a count of 55 each. What else was changed to demonstrate that the amended plan complies with the standards for approval? How about the new snag in the amended plan? A new approval for this development with 122 dwelling units contained and 4 abandoned home sites is to have 1 means of access. The original plan had designed a second entrance onto Twin Rivers Trail that was never even accessible. So the new plan offers to mitigate the inability to have 2 access points with a boulevard entrance. This is not what the code was intended to use for. It was not to consider an alternate design to then exacerbate compatibility concerns and to create undesirable travel routes. So instead of splitting its vehicle trips from 2 access points, it now dumps all of its vehicle trips onto an existing internal neighborhood road intersection where there are multiple driveways within 100 feet of it. This is not neighborhood connectivity. This is making a nightmare of a main intersection within our neighborhood and a huge safety concern for Twin Rivers residents. What other neighborhood and parish with over 100 dwelling units has been approved with a boulevard entrance as its single access point? Better yet, what other neighborhood in Manatee County that is landlocked within another neighborhood with only a single access point as a boulevard entrance that dumps its 1,200 vehicle trips onto a local road designed with forward-facing driveways? Well, I don't know either. The response from the county was that to answer each of these requests would require staff time and research and would incur a bill of $800 per request. Maybe you have those answers. Maybe staff would detail this on the staff report if they were required to visit the project site. And then you all can let us know how this will work and not adversely impact our way of life, which is how compatibility is defined in our comp plan. There will be 369 Twin Rivers households south of Mulholland Road, approximately 190 still to be built or occupied, where a 22% density increase was improved in error by the board and headed by Chairman Banak back in 2015. Regardless that our neighborhood was not built to handle the additional volume and further development did not have adequate access points. This is the only road for Phase 5 ingress and egress. Using the same ITE rate for trip generation, this makes approximately 3,500 vehicle trips. Add this with the 126 units in this application, gives a total of almost 4,700 vehicle trips, or 370 in the AM peak hour and 490 in the PM peak hour, at this one intersection alone. And that doesn't include residents that actually live on Mulholland Road. Good luck backing out of our driveways, right? We understand that LDC does not compel developers to build roads, nor build roads when deficiencies are existing. But it does, however, hold them accountable to traffic patterns. What changed in this amended application to alleviate this? Item number 5, review proposed development for compatibility and appropriate timing of development, including density of land uses and the availability of adequate roadways, not resolved. And to say the solution was if the Mulholland Road Bridge was still in the plan is being disingenuous. This penciled in redesign and build of Mulholland Road with preliminary costs of $30 million was not going to be funded in the next 10 years, as it hasn't been in the last 20 years. It isn't a priority. It would have only served a limited amount of people while directing traffic right through our neighborhood. More importantly, the majority of both sides of Mulholland did not want it connecting. We are not Erie Road, Moccasin Wallow, or Rye Road. We aren't even the number of households that Golf Course Road serves, and it's in the same exact condition as it was 25 years ago, even though over 3,500 houses have now been built or approved with access to it. The county would never prioritize spending $30+ million because of an extra 1,000 vehicle trips. So to say the solution was the bridge implies the bridge was going to be built, and it simply wasn't. As of last week, the county was struggling to keep programmed projects on track, so the Mulholland to Rye extension is likely not to be funded either. This application should be denied again today as is. We are essentially in the same position as we were last May. The reality is there are two options. One, the county or developer commits to building the Mulholland to Rye extension. This developer figures out a second access point, and until then, no construction of 126 dwelling units. Or two, the applicant can reduce its density to get to 100 units. It keeps its one access point to satisfy current code, and we can all patiently wait for Mulholland to Rye to be funded and built by whomever. This ensures his property rights to build now. This will increase compatibility with the surrounding area at 2.38 dwelling units per acre, as proven last May, and it will reduce the total vehicle trips from the amended plan by 245 or 21% during peak hours. That's significant, and that's reasonable. Let's be clear. Neither option is ideal for us, but we are exhausted, and we don't want to start over again. We want this over with. We are not against residential homes being on this property. We just want the BOCC to stand by their denial resolution as passed last year, and the applicant to make significant and reasonable changes. And for the BOCC and staff to recognize that lot size directly correlates to density, to vehicle trips, to traffic patterns, to adequate access points, which all directly correlate to compatibility. But to be here again today, not wasting our valuable time by actually coming up with a solution, would require new plans to be submitted, taking up more staff time and review, and then for a third time be an agenda item at a land use meeting, unless the applicant wants to proffer this solution today. But I am also not naive enough to think that this will get denied a second time, and because of my experience over the last 2 years working on this, I will stand here and say that if this gets approved today, you are making a statement that a denied application and the mediation of the appeal process is an act for show only. That Manatee County not only has an outdated LDC and comp plan, which will take years to recreate, but that the current code is unenforceable. Review your approved denial resolution and your agenda. It speaks for itself. No neighborhood should have to fight for their privacy and safety with what we have had to do for the last 2 years. We are property owners too. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to address the board on item number 9 on today's agenda? Public comment for item 9. Yes, sir. First and last name, your county of residence.
Sure.
Please tell us if you've been sworn.
Good afternoon, Michael Candiotti, Orange County. I'm a legal counsel for Elevation Development. I said Orange County, and I've been sworn in. I'm up here just today to offer our thanks for attending the mediation process. As you may know, the matter's coming back before the board as a result of the dispute resolution process, and we've made multiple concessions to try to resolve matters. So I'm here with our engineer today to answer any questions you guys have, and thank you for your consideration.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment at this time? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Where's Marshall? Staff have closing remarks to make.
Marshall Robinson, Development
Well,
Services.
I'm sorry, there's no one on the board. I thought I'd make that clear. And just, would anyone like to have, has anyone have any questions for staff, applicant, residents? Okay. Yeah, there's no one on the board. I just kind of skipped through that, but I want to make sure we're.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make 2 points. One of which is the project has an accepted traffic study, so the traffic study as submitted has been accepted. And it passed review with the Transportation Planning Review section for the metrics they measure when reviewing GDPs for rezoning approvals. Just want to put on the record that the project will still have to go through an FSP review and all of the design engineering that goes into the technical manual standard requirements for access management, ingress, egress. But for the GDP level, the applicants demonstrated that they've met minimum county requirements. And density is not tied to lot size, it's the number of lots on how many acres. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Applicant, rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. Again, Linda Stewart with Morse Engineering representing the applicant. As Marshall stated, the lot sizes that we are requesting are in compliance with the Land Development Code. We are not asking for any specific approvals for the lot sizes, nor are we asking for a change in the density with the comprehensive plan. We are in compliance with the 3 dwelling units per acre stated in the comprehensive plan for the UF3 district. We are not asking for any change in the density other than what is allowed for this parcel. South of us, as noted, there are 2 different developments going in with smaller lots than in some of the areas of Twin Rivers that we are in compliance with on Twin Rivers Trail. Twin Rivers Trail is a county-maintained roadway. As they did state, we would have had 2 access points, but we submitted in April 2021 when the Mulholland Road connection was going from, over to Twin Rivers Trail. During the middle of our review, that was removed from the thoroughfare plan, and we revised our plan to remove the connection, which, again, the developer was going to pay for, which then would have given us another means of access and another means of ingress and egress for the residents of this subdivision. We are available. We have the engineer here as well if you have any questions for us.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz is on the board.
Not for questions.
Oh, for deliberation. I apologize. Thank you, ma'am. And now we'll start deliberation.
Is it possible
Oh.
for me to also add some rebuttal as far as traffic
You may.
concerns are related? Thank you.
You may.
I'm Brett Rockline with Morris Engineering, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn civil engineer for reference. So a lot of concerns brought up regarding traffic for this property as it relates to access through the existing Twin Rivers subdivision. And some numbers are thrown out there, but I wanted to elaborate a little bit on the amount of trips that are associated with this project. So it sounds like this project's going to create a lot of additional traffic on these roads. But the reality is, for a subdivision this size, the study results say that the peak hour trips are around 80 trips per hour. So a little over 1 trip per minute. It's not a busy highway by any means coming out on the Twin Rivers Trail. And the traffic impact statement that was provided with the application represents that. I think some of the bigger numbers that are referenced in the report are for total daily trips, which were mentioned earlier. As far as the thoroughfare plan, which Linda also mentioned, that was identified in the thoroughfare plan to provide connection of Mulholland Road all the way from Fort Hammer to Rye Road. The connection on the thoroughfare plan has since been removed all the way from Fort Hammer to our subject site. I believe it's still included in the thoroughfare plan to connect all the way to Rye Road, but I don't think it's been identified in any capital improvement plan to date. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We already did questions.
Well, okay.
Ms. Shank, what do you want me to do here?
Staff engineer?
I was going to ask
The applicant a question.
Okay.
Okay. We'll bring Mr. Rockline back down. Well, Commissioner Cruz is on the board first. We'll go. Okay, that's what I thought. It's usually what you like to do. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to Commissioner Ron, who has a question for the applicant's traffic engineer. Commissioner?
Real quick, in your traffic study, you only brought in Twin Rivers, the main road there. Did you bring into 162nd Avenue East as part of your traffic study? Because it's another ingress and egress into the project, and it does connect with Mulholland Road.
Yes, the traffic impact statement does account for some distribution utilizing 162nd, but pretty limited compared to the amount that's designated to utilize Twin Rivers Trail.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, that'll be all for Mr. Rockline. Thank you. So then, getting into deliberation, we'll go to Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just trying to make sure we're doing it in the proper order.
Are we done with applicant rebuttal?
Yes, we are finished applicant rebuttal. We are now into
Okay. that's fine.
deliberation and discussion.
Yeah, I just want to thank the applicant for making the modification. I mean, if you went back and watched the first one, I don't remember if it was 6-1 or 5-2, but I voted on the original version of this thing. I didn't seem to have a meaningful problem with it before, but now there was big pushback on the potential daycare, and that's gone, which alleviates a lot of the traffic because there was concern it wasn't neighborhood focused, that people from outside the neighborhood were going to come drop their kids. Now it's going to add cars coming in and out, and that no longer exists. And, there was concern about lot sizes, which now the larger lots are on the outside, and you have to go into the neighborhood to see the perceived smaller lots. They're still not tiny lots. It's not like we're putting attached duplexes on here. So I didn't have a problem with it before. I want to thank everyone for making the modifications that they made, and I will be supporting it now, just like I supported it last time.
Thank you, sir. No one else is on the board for discussion. We've held public comment, so we'll entertain motions. There's a motion to approve made by Commissioner Cruz, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. Commissioners, we can cast our votes now. Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 5-1, with Commissioner Bearden in opposition and Commissioner Baugh absent. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will then move on from item number 9 to item number 10. Somehow that worked out, as we've been jumping all around the agenda. So, Mrs. DePaul, if you would please read item number 10 into the agenda, into the record.
Item number 10, PDR-22-13ZG. It's Heron Glen with Kenneth Davis as the owner, KB Homes. PLN 2205-0039, and it's quasi-judicial, and we also have Marshall Robinson to present this one.
Anytime she throws Marshall Robinson at us, you know it's going to be exciting.
We know it's a difficult one.
Yep. It's a compliment, Marshall. It really is a compliment. Okay. This is quasi-judicial. Commissioners, would any of you like to disclose ex parte communication for this item? Okay, hearing none, we are going to move forward. Who's here to represent the applicant?
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisil, here on behalf of the applicant, KB Homes. If we could pull up the, oh, look at that. All right, this is a request for a rezone from A1 to PDR with a general development plan for 130 single-family detached lots. I'm going to briefly introduce my project team here. We have Ryan McCaffrey with Hamilton Engineering. Michael Yates is our traffic engineer with Palm Traffic, and Abby Naylor is our environmental ecologist with Naylor Environmental. All right, the project site is approximately 34 acres. It is located on the north side of 85th Street East, just west of Ellington Gillette Road. The future land use here is a mixture of Res 6 and Res 9. The site is currently zoned A1. You can see there is a large mobile home subdivision just to the west of the site, predominantly single-family residential detached around the site, and another planned development residential site to the east. There is a wetland that encroaches on the site. If you see up in the northwest corner there, little less than half of an acre of wetland on the site, and that is not being impacted as part of this application. This is the GDP, as I mentioned. It is a request for 130 single-family detached lots that will result in a density of 3.82 dwelling units per acre, which is well below the number that is allowed in the Res 6 or the Res 9. It actually is a little bit more than half the allowable density in this area. There are a few specific approval requests here. I don't think any of them will be foreign to you. First request is a request to exceed the cul-de-sac length. That is an 800-foot minimum or maximum requirement. We're asking for 879. And turnarounds will be provided where needed there. There is a request to provide gated emergency access only for the second access point. If you see here, this is where the project would intersect at Ellington Gillette Road. Staff does not want us to make that connection, so we are not. So it will be gated, and that is the reason for that specific approval request. We have a request to reduce the secondary front yard for corner lots to 12 feet. We will maintain the 23-foot setback and 25-foot separation on the primary front yard, which is where the driveway would be located in the garage. And lastly, there are two areas of the site where they're constrained. It is an oddly shaped site, so there are two areas where we have pinch points and where we are asking for a reduced greenbelt buffer width. But in both of those locations, the applicant will be providing double the number of trees that would typically be required. And that is the other greenbelt buffer area that we're talking about in the northwest corner. All right, there was an issue that was raised by one of the neighbors at our planning commission hearing regarding an eagle nest appearing on the site. Our ecologist has gone out and confirmed that there is now a nest on the site. So she has updated her 2022 report with an addendum, which I would like to submit into the record. Now, I don't know if the board has received a copy of that or not, but essentially it does confirm. Yeah, I thought Marshall said he had handed it out, and it was submitted. It was submitted to submitted to Mr. Race last night, so the county has seen it as well, and so it does recognize that there is a nest on the site now. We have proposed a stipulation, which staff is in agreement with, to address that the applicant will need to coordinate with state and federal agencies as we move forward with the project and obtain any necessary permits. This is the county doesn't deal with bald eagle regulation. This is essentially a stipulation so that when we come in for final site plan, staff's going to confirm that the applicant's done everything they've needed to do with regard to the safety of the eagle nest. So with that, this application did receive a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, and we are respectfully requesting your approval. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. We have Commissioner Ron is on the board. Sir?
Good afternoon, Scott. Real quick question. With the eagle's nest being like right smack dab in the middle of this project, what is the area circumference around that nest as that has to be for the, well, I know it's not endangered, but protected species, being the bald eagle around that tree? How far around? In like 1,000 feet or 600 feet?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to let our ecologist come up and answer that question.
Good afternoon. Abby Naylor, Naylor Environmental Solutions, and I have been sworn in. So regarding the bald eagle's nest, if we were to have no permit required for the bald eagle's nest, there's a 660-foot buffer that the federal government requires. You can get as close as 330 feet following the federal bald eagle management guidelines, and you have to do some monitoring during construction. The third option is to obtain a permit for an eagle nest take permit. And the process for that is we coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who we've already been in communication with, and demonstrate that clearly this is a hardship for allowing the development to be able to move forward. When you receive the permit, the eagle's nest tree can only be removed during non-nesting season. Eagles are very adaptable. This federal regulation has been in place since 2018. And so we remove the nest, ensuring that there are no chicks or eggs in the nest, no harm will be done to the eagle. The tree is removed, and that eagle will resettle in a different tree the following nesting season. And it's a very standard procedure with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, if you don't get your permit to remove the nest, based where your guys' road plan is, this thing is right in the middle of your road plan.
It is.
And so if you don't get the permit by the federal government, state and wildlife or whatever, how's that going to affect your ability to build the road that's coming into, the road that's turning to the left or the right with the cul-de-sac with the circle at the end?
Right.
If you got to be 600 feet, that's going to kind of.
Well, there are different, so there are several different options and steps. 660 is if you don't want to do any construction within 660, and then you're not required to monitor at all. Anybody can do any development outside of 660 without monitoring, without coordinating. 330, you can construct adjacent as close as 330 feet without any coordination and permitting, as long as you follow their guidelines. We wouldn't even have to pick up the phone and call them. If we want to get closer, there's option for an incidental take permit where you can get, this is a negotiation where you can get as close as 50 feet, depends on the project, it's all project specific, to work around the nest if that's feasible. And then if that's not feasible, they'll issue a nest take permit to remove it. So it's all very standard procedure. In the last year, I've done 2 different nest take permits, in the greater Tampa Bay area. It's a very standard process, and it's not done, it's normally not done at the GDP stage yet. You do it, obviously, you're not going to remove the nest until you're closer to actual site construction and outside of the nesting season, which is coming up.
I'm gonna kind of prepare for the worst guy and hope for the best. Let's say that you guys do this and everything's good, and then you come back and there's eggs or whatever in that nest. What happens at that point?
Well, eagles are very habitual. There wouldn't be eggs in the summer.
Okay.
So, their incubation period normally starts in January. They typically hatch sometime between February and March. Then they fledge the nest right around this time of year. And that's why U.S. Fish and Wildlife's, the bald eagle is a very studied bird. We know their habits very clearly. And there's always a window of opportunity when there are not eggs or chicks in the nest to implement the permit that we would have.
I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah.
So thank you.
If you want to have coffee sometime, there was so much to know about the bald eagle.
It's a great bird. It's the American bird.
But just to be clear, your plan is to remove the bald eagle nest?
Right, correct.
Okay.
And it's all federally regulated and a very standard process.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Commissioner Cruz.
I'm just looking from a buffer standpoint of this entryway. What are you saying you're proposing to get comfortable with this 5-foot buffer? I missed that part.
So what's being proposed in the areas where the buffer is being reduced in width, we're proposing double the number of trees. So rather than one canopy tree every 30 feet, we'll be providing 2. Is that, there'd be double the amount of plant material in that area.
And the buffer has to be shrunk dramatically next to this person's house, because otherwise you don't have wide enough width to actually have a road to get into this site?
It's more so the county's standard width.
Well, it's standard width of, like, say, a fire truck and any cars.
Well, no, because remember, it's not just the roadway. They have a right-of-way width that's much wider than that. I'll let Ryan address it.
Yes, Ryan McCaffrey with Hamilton Engineering and Surveying. I've been sworn, Hillsborough County resident. So the buffer encroachments are requested because you cannot commingle your utility easement with your buffer. So it's not like we're actually just giving 5 feet and the road's going to be like right up on the property lines. It's the combination of right-of-way width plus your required utility easements outside of that, and you don't want landscaping and that type of feature commingling with your utilities to protect the utilities. And so the buffers are really not, we're not really encroaching that encroaching to be that close with the roadway. It's more like we'll have like 30 feet on each side before there's actually travel lanes. It's just we can't commingle our utility easements with these, and then there's grade tiebacks because the road does usually have to be a little bit higher than the surrounding grade. Does that make sense?
It does. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So no one else is on the board with questions for the applicant? So, Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to mention a little bit more about the procedures. So what they're asking for today is the entitlements for residential development consistent with the comprehensive plan, but at the time of final site plan, we'll be looking at their environmental report, which is one of the reasons why we asked them to give us an addendum to the existing report that was submitted for this request, because it was not updated and it was not accurate. It didn't mention anything about the bald eagle's nest in there. So the addendum accomplishes updating that environmental report. But as you know, the board, GDPs don't expire, so we don't know the next time we might see a project application come in to actually develop the site if the board were to approve these entitlements today. So one of the things that they'll be looking at when they do come in for FSP is an updated and an accurate environmental assessment. And at the time of FSP, we'll look to the environmental report to give us the existing conditions in terms of significant wildlife habitat on the property. And if the bald eagle's nest is still in existing condition per the updated and accurate report at the time of FSP, then as Mr. Rudisil mentioned, they'll have to go through the processes of federal, state, and local law regulations to comply before they could get FSP approval for these lots. Yeah, thank you.
And, well, just while you're up there, I know we're kind of going over, and we, as staff, are okay with the concept of this buffer and squeezing this entryway in the way we are?
Yes, staff does not have any objections to the buffer encroachments for specific approval.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. No one else is on the board. We'll go to public comment. Who from the public would like to come forward to speak on item number 10 on today's agenda? Sir, please stay using the overhead just so METV is aware.
My name is Petter Jesperson. I live in Manatee County, and I have been sworn in.
Wonderful.
Thank you. My wife and I purposely built a home in the A1 agricultural area in 2000, following the rules of the county required for A1 zoning. For the past 23 years, we have raised chickens, guineas, added bass and tilapia to our pond, and grow some of our own food in a large garden. We use a greenhouse, which Ian took down. We have helped our neighbors raise and sell commercial trees on our property, and we have a small community where we know everyone and everyone knows us, and have helped to look after each and every one of us. The shape of the proposed development is completely surrounding one of our neighbors. William Stansfield, who has lived on the property for 50 years and raises cattle, chickens, bees, and hunting dogs. We as neighbors have let him use property for his cattle to graze. This development of 1 to 2 story houses will cut drastically into his livelihood. To raise bees has to have a minimum of 100 feet from a dwelling, and his property is only 175 feet wide. So we're cutting him off. He hasn't done anything wrong, but we're isolating him with walls of houses which are only 10 feet apart, 1 and 2 story houses. 85th Street East has 586 single residential units on the road, and some of them with more than 2 vehicles. Exiting and entering on 85th Street East has become a hazard, walking or biking. I and my wife personally walk our dogs up and down the road, hindering driving on that road as we walk our dogs to the Frog Creek Preserve. There are no sidewalks, no bike lanes, and the traffic has to slow down for us. The access to Ellington Gillette that borders the site, if they have that access, which the committee doesn't want them to have, the county would have to do some improvement on it. The intersection of 41 and 85th Street North has an exit from 275, 3 lanes of traffic going north, and 2 turn lanes merging into 2 lanes just north of 85th Street East. The vehicle turning south from 85th Street must cross 3 lanes of traffic on the northbound traffic. Everyone on the west side of Ellington Gillette are, okay,
Wrap it up.
under well water and septic systems. I have no idea how this development is doing it. Being downhill from the proposed property, all the water and surface water, whether it be from rain or watering, comes down the hill to my fish pond, which overflows the Cabbage Slough, which runs into Frog Creek. And I've got a picture here of one of the bald eagles that visits our pond and goes fishing and eats the fish there. We also have osprey, red-shoulder hawks, anahinga, cormorants, and at least the 2 bald eagles, which use our pond for feeding. And we just have recently a 4-foot Florida alligator taking up residence in our pond. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Ma'am, or I'm sorry, sir? So since we put those on the overhead, the clerk is going to need a copy. All right, sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Kurt Karhoff, Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I'm glad to see that the developer has addressed the bald eagle's nest. They make it sound pretty simple to get the permit to remove the nest, but there's only a few requirements that allow the removal of a nest. One is to alleviate an existing or rapidly developing safety emergency for humans or eagles, to ensure public health and safety, if built on a human-engineered structure and creates or is likely to create a functional hazard and renders the structure inoperable for its intended use, to protect an interest in a particular locality and the activity necessitating the take, the mitigation for the take will, with reasonable certainty, provide a net benefit to the eagles. I really don't see where any of that falls into a development wanting to build in that location. The other thing that I see really, this whole development has one entrance basically. That's where all the traffic is going to dump in and out onto 85th Street. All along Ellington Gillette, on all the other subdivisions that were built, somebody, either the county put it in or the developers were required to put in a turn lane. There is no turn lane even suggested here on 85th Street. So now you have all these people turning in, you got extra traffic on the street, and you don't have any turn lane. I don't see how there would not be a turn lane involved on that street. The entrance and exit at Ellington Gillette and 85th Street is a very poor intersection. Foliage needs to be cut back. You can't see 100 yards down the road, and something's going to have to be done. 85th Street's going to have a lot more traffic on it, even though the traffic people, as I've sat through a lot of these meetings, tell you that there's not enough traffic to be put on the roads, and I'm understanding why it takes you so long during the winter months to get from one place to the other, because we have so much traffic on the roads. But there again, we need to do something with it, and I would hope that the zoning board would take into account that the eagles are there and they need to be properly taken care of. The other, Pinellas County, a few years back, I read in the Tampa Bay Times, did vote down a zoning where there was a eagle's nest for somebody that wanted to build a 34 unit housing project, and it was voted down. So I know that I hope you take that into consideration when you go forward with this. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Ma'am, please state your first and last name, your county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Carol Huttinger, and I live on Ellington Gillette. I am a Manatee resident, lived here 70-some years. I am also in Manatee County, and I've been sworn. This subdivision is not compatible for the property around us. On the east side, where my family lives, we've got cattle, we've got farming, we've got 2-acre lands, some have got 5-acre lands. If you turn this into residential, it's going to mess up, it's going to be a mess over there. Their property, project things are only 40 feet. We've got 2 acres, 5 acres. It's just not compatible for this area. I thank you for having that emergency exit closed off to Ellington Gillette because the property, or the traffic there is horrible. We also ask that you look at the 85th and 41. That's traffic coming off as 275 is very dangerous, going on to 85th, coming down onto Ellington Gillette Road again. The people cannot turn onto 85th there without having to stop and get the people out because it's such a bad intersection. We just ask you that you put a wall around there if you're going to approve this. I don't want to see it. Cut down the lots and make them bigger instead of smaller. It's just not compatible for our area, and we ask you to consider this, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to address the board on item number 10? Yes, sir. So hopefully you know the routine by now. First and last name, county residence. Have you been sworn?
Yes. Albert Clune, county residence is Manatee, more specifically Piney Point. It's the development right to the left, or to the west, thank you, west of the proposed development. I've lived there for 12 years. I've enjoyed the environment we used to have there. I still enjoy what little environment is left now. The same owner developed the west side of our property. Now he's developing the east side of our property right on our biggest pond. The bald eagle is the symbol of our nation. And I wish I had more confidence in the federal government's ability to address this problem. I don't. I do have confidence in this board, and I would ask that as long as their expressed intent is to remove this nest, that it not be approved, that the law that will apply, I know whether the feds will apply it or not, I don't know, is originally passed in 1940. It provides for the protection of the bald eagle and the golden eagle, amended in 1962, by prohibiting the take, and they use that word first, the take, possession, sale, purchase, barter, offer to sell, purchase or barter, transport, export, or import of any bald or golden eagle, alive or dead, including any part, nest, or egg, unless allowed by permit. I ask you not to approve this as long as the developer and the applicant have expressed the intent to remove this nest. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 10? Any other public comment? All right, we'll close public comment, and we will go to questions for the public, for the applicant, or for staff. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the applicant. Excuse me. This is for the applicant. I got kind of a crazy question. What's your buffer right up next to the cemetery? You're going to have houses that are going to right up to the cemetery. What's the buffer going to be there? Just
No one's here to complain from the cemetery.
well, I know people are dying to get in there. I mean,
Often.
But
the dead center of town.
No, it's just kind of a crazy question because I was looking at your GDP and there's going to be houses right along that line, right where the cemetery is. So that's why I'm just asking it.
Yeah, there's no reduction in the buffer width in that area, so it'd be a 15-foot buffer. Okay. We're not expecting too much noise from over there, so.
We just want to poltergeist of that,
All right. Thank you, sir. Any other questions for the applicant, staff, or resident, or speakers, public comment? All right, hearing none, then we'll go to Marshall for any closing statement he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I can think to offer is that they will still have to do an operational analysis. I heard somebody bring up turn lanes. They're not adding any turn lanes to the access. And it wouldn't be until a final site plan, until an operational analysis is provided, until they're able to study the geometry of the access and then be able to determine whether any restricted access, full access, or otherwise would be determined during the construction plan approval for engineering. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marshall. It's good information. Commissioner Cruz, do you have a question, or are you waiting for deliberation? I'm just making sure. I'm just trying to give you an opportunity if you want to speak, sir. We'll go to the applicant for rebuttal, and then we'll go to Commissioner Cruz.
Okay, just briefly, I want to circle back to Commissioner Ron's question before about what the worst-case scenario was here. Because, I know they talked about getting a permit, but if that doesn't happen, the worst-case scenario is you're going to have to wait to develop the site. So there was comments about compatibility. We think this is very compatible. It's less dense than the project, literally to the west and adjacent to the project. It's also compatible, if you look at the staff report, the other projects in the area, it's very compatible with those from a density standpoint. So happy to answer any questions, but we're...
Yes, sir, thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, we're tasked with looking at everything based upon our comp plan, and does it make sense? I'll admit, this is a very quirky site plan. It's very cobbled together. Not my favorite comp plan or site plan. Just, it would have been nice if you would have had that piece in the middle or one of those houses down the bottom. It would have made it smoother. But it conforms to the comp plan. I mean, it's not compatible. I was going to say the same thing Mr. Rodisell said. Like, yes, it may be smaller lots than what's to the east, but it's bigger lots than what's to the west. I mean, everything can't be compatible. As whatever someone built first in Manatee County is what everybody would have built. I mean, things are going to be different next to each other. And again, I've said this a million times. The best you can hope for is some level of transition. And now you got bigger lots over to the east, and now you got normal sized lots, for lack of a better term, over here in this project. Now you got smaller lots after that as you get onto 41, which takes you on to 275. That's kind of what you want. And you can't be compatible with everything around you all the time. Single family is still single family. Residence is still residence from that standpoint. It meets the comp plan. It does what it's supposed to do. My one concern, or two concerns, I guess, once the Eagle thing came up, was the Eagle, which they have to deal with. And if they can't deal with it, that's on them. That's not on us. They're still tasked with figuring that out at a level well above my pay grade in terms of the federal government. And the buffer, which our staff has looked at way more in depth than I've had the information to look at, and they're comfortable with it. So I don't have a problem with this.
Thank you, sir. No one else is on the board for discussion or deliberation, so we are entertaining motions at this time. Ms. Shank.
I just want to note that any motion, if it's a motion to approve, I have to include stipulation D6 regarding the Eagle's Nest is profit by the applicant.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We've held public comment. There's no one on the board for discussion. We may cast our votes now. And Madam Clerk, lacking a majority of the board, the motion fails by a vote of 3-3. All right, thank you. We'll then move on to item number...
Wait a minute, I have to figure this out here.
You have to figure this out. You need 4 votes to win.
Yeah, but
They only got 3.
then I'll need a motion for denial,
Okay, we can do that.
just quasi-judicial, just for the record.
I don't know how that's going to work. You're 3-3, but if you could pull
Well-
up, David, if you could pull up a motion to deny on the screen, please.
And the motion to deny has to be modified by stating that the county attorney's office directed with staff to prepare the written findings supporting denial to move back to the board the next land use meeting in May, which is May 24th.
I need someone to make that motion. So moved. So Commissioner Satcher, if you'd click it on your screen. We have a motion to deny by Commissioner Satcher. It has been seconded by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. There's no one on the board for comment, and we have held public comment. So we will move forward to voting for the motion to deny.
Can I make a quick revision? So the next land use meeting is, I believe, May 18th. Well, it's actually April 27th, but it would be the May 18th land use meeting, correct?
I was
Or
told
not May 18th, I'm
24th.
sorry, it's May 24th, yes, I think you said May 28th, May 24th.
May 24th.
Okay, May 24th, that's right.
Okay, so with that stipulation added, we can cast our votes to deny. All right, Madam Clerk, the vote to deny fails by a vote of 3-3 with Commissioners Ballard and Ron, I must have to scroll down, and Cruz in dissent. Commissioner Baugh is absent.
Mr. Chair.
How can both motions fail? One has to pass to get
Because
out of jail.
we only have 6 people, and so
It keeps getting 3-3.
you're going 3-3.
Same people? I didn't
Yes,
see
ma'am,
the
it's the
first
same,
motion.
it's the same people as the first vote.
Okay, well, I'll just announce then the motions, the application is deemed denied, and the county attorney's office read back findings supporting denial at your May 24th meeting. I think that's when the meeting is.
Would you like to hear from the applicant? He seems to have scurried to the podium.
And this, they're asking, this, the applicant may wish for a continuance for full board. Maybe Mr. Rulesook might address that point.
That's what we were going to request, maybe a continuance so that we could break the tie.
I'm going to say legally it's preferable to have a full board to avoid this tie vote thing, because do findings for denial is difficult. You need a majority vote.
Sure. Commissioner Satcher, you're on the board, sir.
I was going to suggest what Mr. Rudisil said, which was
Beautiful.
to ask for continuance if that's allowed at this point.
David, if you queue up a motion to continue. We
Well, I
have a
can tell-
motion to continue on your screen, Commissioners.
Well, I want to,
And Ms. Shank, before you make the motion, Ms. Shank would like to read a statement.
I was going to suggest that the motion could read, I move to continue, let's reopen the public hearing and continue the public hearing to May 24th. Is that correct, staff? At 9:00 a.m. or sooner after this may be heard in this chambers to achieve a full board. And at that point, the applicant may have additional testimony. So I'm leaving the public hearing open.
They're not voting on that until April 25th. On April 25th, the change in the dates is going to the Board of County Commissioners, and once it gets voted on, then it'll be May 24th.
So that we know there'll be a change to the calendar.
Correct.
So
Well, I'm leaving it May 24th because the board won't be here May 18th. I'm not going to continue to a date that doesn't exist. I need the date, May 24th, and if there's another change, I'll just deal with it later. Okay.
Okay. We get the motion on the screen. So motion to continue is on your screen, Commissioners. The motion has been made by Commissioner Ballard to continue and has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. Commissioner Cruz is on the board.
I thought we were done. I have just something to say afterward or to request afterward, but you can finish
Okay,
this
we will
first.
come back to you then, sir. We can cast our votes at this time. All right, the motion to continue passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent. Commissioner Cruz.
I just want to put it on record, just so we don't forget. We have one more actual thing, so we can get through that first. I want to just have a conversation with the attorney, with everyone present, on procedure and how we do things. We can put it at the end of the meeting. I don't want to stop in the middle and we have one more thing, but
Sure.
I feel like we're not doing something right based on my conversations with every other county, so I just wanted to have that conversation. I just want to remind you.
No problem.
so
We'll do
you
commissioner
have one to
comments.
run.
Yeah, we'll do commissioner comments at the very end. Okay. All right, then we're going to move on to item number 10. Excuse me, item number 11.
Item
We'll
number
move on to Item
11.
number 10 in May. Mrs. DePaul, if you would please read item number 11 into the record. And folks, as you exit the room, keep in mind that the meeting is still in motion.
Item number 11, mod-21-02-2209 LLC with 2209 Whitfield Park Loop Industrial. Modification of standards, PLN 2109-0181. It's quasi-judicial. We have Kevin Oatman here to present.
Thank you. Commissioners, item number 11 is quasi-judicial. Does anyone have any ex parte communication they'd like to disclose at this time? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Oatman, oh, I'm sorry, he's presenting, but we'll go to the applicant. I apologize. Who is here to represent the applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Claybrook. I'm with AM Engineering, and I am the engineer of record for the project. I have been sworn in. And with me here today is the applicant, Mark Pearl, and he would be available during the question and answer period to answer any questions if you had them. The property is located at 2209 Whitfield Park Loop It is a 1.6 acre property platted in 1972, and it is, the zoning district is light manufacturing, and the future land use is industrial heavy. We are looking to put two prefab buildings, each 8,944 square feet. This is in keeping with the development. It is all industrial office warehouse space. We are requesting a modification to the dimensional standards for the front setback. It's currently 25 feet. We're requesting 20. Can we pull up my presentation, please? I'm not going to go through everything in my presentation. I think everybody's been here long enough today. And I just want to hit on a couple of high points. I'm going to go ahead and flip through to an aerial view. The property is the only vacant one sort of in the middle of that aerial. And we are in keeping with certain variances, particularly all the way to the east. The property on the on the right-hand side of the screen, they also, with a similar configuration, requested a 5-foot modification or a reduction in the setback. In doing so, the enhancement that they provided was landscape in the front. And I'm going to click back and kind of show you, here are some photos of the properties. The one to the top is adjacent to the east. And as you can see, the parking and the paving for the parking lot comes right up to the edge of the roadway. A little bit further down, some of the other streets, you've got trash pickup right along the roadway. We're proposing to put our dumpster on site. Trash trucks will not be backing into the street. We have a turnaround area. We have landscaping. I think you can also see on the photo at the bottom, you've got one car parked on the side of the street. That's happening all throughout, and that's where the enhanced landscape for our project would help with the safety and sort of the superior design aspect of the project. And here is a plan view just showing our landscaping. And you see a crosshatch just to the right of the driveway, a crosshatch pattern. That is our turnaround for the dumpster. The dumpster is at the far end. The garbage trucks would have a turnaround area before entering the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, without having to back into the street. Then, as you can see, we've got trees, shrubbery, that then keep people from parking on the side of the street and backing in. So even with the requested reduction in the setback for these prefabricated buildings to fit, we still create a better design than what we're seeing around in the neighborhood. And this concludes my presentation, and I'll go ahead and let Mr. Oatman speak.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Commissioner Cruz has a question for the applicant.
Yeah, very, very quick question. I don't know why this wasn't presentation by request. You're not cutting any, or I won't word it that way, I don't want to lead the question. Are you eliminating any parking to do this?
We are not.
So you're still conforming to all of our parking?
We are. The only thing
Your
we're asking.
request is to allow us,
Go ahead.
to allow you to build something nicer?
Essentially, yes.
All right.
And still meet the prefab building size, so we're not cutting into the building, but still improving the area.
That was my only question. I don't get this at all. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Oatman, with a quick overview.
Good afternoon. My apology, but I have not been sworn in, so I will need to be.
Oh, man.
They put me at the beginning and at the end, and I missed it.
If there is anyone here who intends, if there is anyone here who thinks they may speak before the board, please stand and be sworn at this time.
Swear affirm I do. All right. Good
All right, thank you.
afternoon, Honorable Chair, board members. She pretty much covered everything that was to be addressed with the reduction. I just wanted to kind of add to it that we are not changing the use. This is still in an industrial park. It is not adjacent to anything really commercial or residential. So again, there is no negative impacts in the surrounding area, and that's pretty much all I wanted to add to that, so.
Great, thank you, sir.
Okay. Rosina would like to add something.
Rosina
Good
is gonna add
afternoon,
something.
Rosina Leiderberg,
Hey,
staff,
Rosina.
and for clarification, Anna has been sworn. This is the first modification of standards, and for this reason, we put it in a presentation upon request. It's the first case that is presented to reduce or modify one of the standards that is in the code for a standard zoning without need to rezone to plan development.
Okay, all right, thank you. And you seem to have sparked lots of interest with that. Commissioner Ron and Cruz are on the board. Commissioner Ron.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Well, it's quasi, I have to
Okay.
do the thing here, sorry. Commissioner Cruz.
Mine was a question just because you said something.
Mine was a question, what Rosina said. You said this is the first of a based upon a modification we're making. What is the intended future modification?
When the code, land development code was modified, before, we don't have the opportunity to modify any standard with a standard zonings. If it's A1 or A residential single family LM of GC, the cases has to comply with all the single regulations that are in the land development code. This was giving flexibility in order that the applicant doesn't have to rezone the property to plan development and ask for a specific approval to modify one of the standards.
Okay, yeah. If
What
this
is-
was specific to this, I'd say we should make all these things like zero lot line, make them put the parking in the back. The entire industrial park will look a million times nicer.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Well, then, we will open this up to public comment. There is one name. It is Bobby Claybrook. Oh, that's you. We already heard from you. Okay. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 11 on today's agenda? Anyone to comment on item 11? All right, seeing no one.
I'm the applicant. If you have any questions,
Well, you're a different category, but that's good to hear from you. So we'll close public comment at this time, and there are no commissioners on the board, so we will go to Mr. Oatman. Do you have anything to add? No. Okay. Thank you. And then we'll go to the applicant for a rebuttal or closing statement.
Yep, available for questions, no closing statement, and we just respectfully ask that you approve our request for a 5-foot modification.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Thank you. All right. We'll entertain motions at this time. So we'll get one on the screen. Let me get one on the screen. It's on the screen now. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We've held public comment. No one's on the board to speak. We can cast our votes now. And it passes unanimously, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 6-0. All right. Thank you all very much, and congratulations there. We'll go, Commissioner Ron has the Nest and Wetland Mitigation Bank on here. We'll start with item 12, which is the Nest, AKA the Harvey. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you remember a couple of meetings ago, we had, the board had directed not to do any more gap funding whatsoever. And if you remember at that time, Debbie DePaul said there was one that was still being worked on, and that was basically, we call it in the hopper or in the slot to move forward. Staff at that point was ready to move this forward to be reviewed by the financial folks that review review these gap funding requests. So I just thought it would be, to the applicant, it would be the right thing to do to bring this forward, being that we have not had an opportunity to see this request. And then it was there, ready to go, ready to come before us in May, before we made the vote that we did. So with that, I'll go to Deputy DePaul for going forward.
So I have Rowena with staff that can give a little bit of a background on what this is about. To be clear, Commissioner Ron is correct that When the board voted to no longer consider any gap funding requests, this was the only one that we had under review at that time, which we disclosed in the meeting. And so really, this is nothing, but we can provide some information about the project. And then I did see that Mr. Van Groff is here with the Nest development as well, if you have any questions for the applicant, if the board has any other.
Mr. Paul, can you also remind everybody that this is the last one? Could you make, that's true, correct?
So first of all, the board decided to no longer consider any gap funding requests, so this would not even be considered. But if the board, I mean, it's obviously at the will of the board if they decide to entertain this or not, or no more in the future. I don't know what the will of the board is.
Thank you. I put myself on the board to speak. I knew that this was in the hopper when we made the vote, when we cast our votes to not entertain any more gap funding, but my intention was, because we had discussed multiple times up here that there were two in the pipe, one was in front of us that day, my intention was that there would not be any more coming into the system. I knew this was already in the system and assumed this would be coming before us. It was never my intention that this one was not coming forward. I'd met with the landowner, I'm familiar with the property, I had intended to approve this one. I honestly, my opinion was that this one was still coming up regardless.
Can I dialogue with you, sir?
Sure.
According to the county attorney and to Mr. Paul, their understanding was that date was it. There was nothing else that's going to come before the board on that date. So that's why, I know you knew about it, but that's why I thought it would be pertinent to bring it forward.
I'm glad that you did, because
thank you,
I
sir.
was under the assumption it was coming forward anyway. Commissioner Cruz.
Yes, if you go back and watch that meeting, I specifically said, I didn't like that motion for many reasons, but I specifically said, be careful when you make motions and absolutes. You were all saying, never, never, never. I knew this was coming down the pipe as well. And, I cautioned you to not completely just say absolutely never. So I'm glad this is coming back, but I mean, what are we being asked for here? We're being asked to vote to effectively allow it to be brought back. We clearly don't have the information to make a decision on it today.
Right. Are you looking for us just to clarify the position?
Yes.
Okay. And thinking back, maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I remembered in that meeting or in a workshop somewhere, Commissioner Satcher made the comment that there were two, that there was this one, another one. And I'm thinking back to, we do a lot of talking up here. But I thought you had made that comment, and I thought, and that for some reason sparked in my head, well, we're going to these two, and there won't be any more. Anyway, regardless, that's where I was. Commissioner Satcher?
Yeah, I may have in that meeting as well, but I believe it was 2 meetings before that, the first time it came up, because, obviously we were talking about procedural controls. You were concerned that turns it into a government program. And so I was saying, well, do we want to, that's when I mentioned, well, do we want to say the two that we're, that are coming up now and then after that? So I think that might be what you're thinking of, but perhaps not. I probably mentioned it the other day as well, so.
That's pretty verbatim what I remembered, so I must have had the wrong meeting.
Yeah, so, because that was, sometimes if it's the first time everybody hears it takes them you got to think it through, but it seemed like it made sense the first time I said it to me, but here we are, and
Okay,
a lot more votes to get to the same place.
So Commissioner Ron is looking for us to give direction to staff to bring this item to the board, Mr. Clegg, do you want to word a motion for him? There's no one else on the board to talk.
I can happily word a motion for you. I move to direct the staff to bring forward the Nest, AKA the Harvey, for consideration for gap funding.
I'll accept that motion.
So you would say so moved.
They moved.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ron, been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Ballard is on the board for discussion. Ma'am?
I just want to be clear that this doesn't change our prior vote, correct? I mean, going forward, there's going to be no other gap funding requests that will be considered, right? But we're considering this one because it was already in process.
That is my intention. Mr. Clegg?
Yes, I do agree with that, and as I said the last time it came up, if the board decides to change its position and consider more of these in the future, it's going to be the advice of the county attorney's office that before you do that, you put a procedure in place to evaluate them. And I did ask Mr. Paul to go ahead and send me what had already been drafted, so it is in my office So if we go back to this issue again, we'll need to do that first. But I'm okay with making an exception for this one because it was already in the pipeline. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are no commissioners on the board for discussion, so we will open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak about the motion on the floor? Anyone wish to speak to the motion on the floor? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Still no commissioners on the board. Motion to approve by Ron, seconded by Cruz. We can cast our votes at this time. And Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 5-1 with Commissioner Bearden in opposition and Commissioner Baugh absent. All right, the next item is Wetland Mitigation Bank, item number 13, and that is Commissioner Ron as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I've asked to have today is for informational purposes only. I asked Charlie to come forward. We're working on a wetland mitigation program for the county, and what I wanted him to do is to make a presentation to the board about it, and then I know they'll bring it back at some time in the future for looking for approval, but I thought it was pertinent being in the situation we're in with our wetland mitigation credits, and what we're having to do to get those credits, that this would be a good time to bring this forward and to then bring the whole plan forward for board approval. So this is for information only, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hunsaker.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and county attorney. I am pleased to offer the fact that Commissioner Ron just gave my introduction, which is perfect and well stated about what we would like to be able to talk to you about today. I also would like to introduce my colleague Sherry Swanson, who works for with our department. And Sherry comes to us with 12 years experience, 16, I'm sorry, with a firm of HDR. And as you know, HDR was our principal firm in providing guidance for the 44th Avenue construction. And serving as their environmental scientist, Sherry Swanson was in a position to advise Manatee County on how to approach mitigation of the wetlands that we encountered there, and what proper mitigation steps would be necessary. So she comes to us, been working with us for almost a year now, with a broad background in environmental science, wetland mitigation science and information, and protection of an important environmental species like the bald eagle discussion you just had recently. But we have a quick dialogue with you about how the mitigation program could work for Manatee County, the direction we would recommend that you give some consideration to. And as Commissioner Ron spoke, we will, for informational purposes, we'd like to bring this back to you at a later time with a true implementation plan, working in conjunction with the county administrator and our fiscal management team. But for now, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Sherry, if you would mind that. Thank you. And
Yes,
I guess
sir.
we'll just ask for advancing slides when we need them. If
Say
that'd be
welcome
possible.
aboard, Sherry, and thank you, Mr. Hunsaker, for looking to snipe someone from the private sector. We always like that.
Me too.
All right, thank you. So as Charlie mentioned, we're here to talk about a possible Manatee County wetland mitigation program. So the first thing we want to discuss is, why is wetland mitigation even necessary? And so on the example to the right, you'll see a schematic. Basically, the county impacts wetlands for one of our infrastructure projects, and we go through the federal and state permitting process to get mitigation credits, to determine how many mitigation credits are needed for those impacts to cover the wetland value lost. Mitigation banks create wetlands, but they go through a permitting process as well. The federal and state regulatory agencies to get mitigation credits approved for the wetland value gained, and then the county buys credits from the mitigation bank. The required result for this is that the wetland credit loss from a county development project equals the wetland credit gained from purchases from the mitigation site. Next slide, please. Manatee County has 5 mitigation watersheds. The majority of our development currently is happening in the Manatee River watershed and the Little Manatee River watershed. There is one private mitigation bank in the Manatee River watershed that has both federal and state credits available for purchase for projects. And in fact, we recently purchased credits from that bank for the 44th Avenue East project. There are several mitigation banks north of Manatee County that have service areas that extend into the Little Manatee River watershed. However, mitigation bank credits are dynamic, and they're not always available when we necessarily need them, which was a case recently with Moccasin Wallow Road, where the credits weren't available when we were actually ready to buy them. There are also mitigation banks in the Peace River watershed and the Myakka River watershed, and Sarasota County is currently working on a mitigation bank in the southern coastal watershed, which is their Fox Creek Roma. Next slide, please. When we come in as the county for an impact project, there's a mitigation hierarchy that we're expected to follow by the regulatory agencies, in particular the federal government. Their first preference is that we purchase mitigation bank credits. The second on the hierarchy is the in-lieu fee program, and this program is like a mitigation bank, except it's set aside for governments and nonprofit organizations. And the third, least preferred option by the federal government is permittee responsible mitigation. And this is required if mitigation bank credits are not available. So Moccasin Wallow Road recently, we're having to do permittee responsible mitigation. When you're looking at a mitigation bank, the differences between the mitigation bank and in-lieu fee program, if you're managing one, basically the permitting is slightly different, but one of the big takeaways is that with the mitigation bank, credit pricing, if we were to have one ourselves, is market driven. Versus the in-lieu fee program, where we would have to work in close coordination and negotiate with the Corps of Engineers to decide what our credit pricing would be. Next slide, please. Oh.
If I might say something on that slide, the important message here is being a mitigation banker, holding that opportunity and permit in your hands means you're able to control your destiny on credit pricing, credit rate of return on your investment. With the in-lieu fee program, of course, you're dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers. And in that circumstance, it's very uncertain. Uncertainty of your ability to recover your funding, uncertainty of the ability to establish a credit. So it's clearly the second choice for most people who are in this industry, and clearly the second choice also the federal government. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So, as Charlie mentioned,
Sherry, excuse me, real
Yes.
quick. Can you expand on, like, the situations we're kind of facing today with the lack of credits available that we have to go out and buy from a mitigation bank, and how they control our destiny on our infrastructure projects? Can you just touch that real quick so the board can understand? I mean, some of this stuff kind of goes, it kind of goes over your head a little bit, but I think if you could just break into that for just a second before you go on.
Sure. For 44th Avenue East, the new, if you were to go back to that map slide, if you want, but so that Myakka Mitigation Bank, they came online while we were working on permitting for 44th, and they actually had credits available by the time we were ready. And so we actually did buy credits for them. We paid about $1 million for 5.51 credits. Conversely, though, Moccasin Wallow, as I understand it, we're now involved with helping come up with a permittee responsible mitigation site for that, because by the time we were ready to purchase credits, I believe it was the Bullfrog Creek Mitigation Bank. I don't think they had the credits available for us. So, it was kind of a crunch on time. We're ready to build the project, and we're now scrambling to kind of find a site to do mitigation.
Thank you.
Implementation. So, as Charlie mentioned, we are looking into the feasibility of starting a county mitigation program. We've held pre-application meetings with the Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District, and have been evaluating possible sites, including county-owned sites that don't have any encumbrances on them, and looking further into the future, looking at lands that maybe could be acquired for mitigation. We have field inspections in May and hope to have that feasibility report completed shortly thereafter. However, based on our agency meetings, our preliminary recommendations seem to be leading us to umbrella mitigation bank. This is, as you saw previously, the first priority on a federal mitigation hierarchy. Also, we could do a single site and never do another one, or we could add several other sites under that umbrella. The one drawback is that the permitting timeframe will be 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. So the challenges, as I just mentioned, the timeline to get the first mitigation bank online. In addition, we would be requesting to have some staffing needs met if a mitigation program were to be implemented. 3 positions, including a mitigation ecological resource coordinator, field support for that position, and the third, perhaps, to help with the permitting side of things so that we could have the whole package neatly bundled up from permitting to mitigation in-house. Upfront costs, the seed money basically to get this started. Eventually it'd be self-funding, we believe, but initially there would need to be money for property boundary and land surveys, engineering and ecological permitting, survey, geotechnical, hydro modeling. It would be site dependent, but there would be some initial costs. Conservation, and one of those upfront costs would be to set up the conservation easements. However, once we got a conservation easement set up and our financial assurances, we would get our first credit release, which we could sell, and that could then be used to fund construction. Once construction was complete, we would get another credit release, and those could be sold as well. Then subsequent credit releases would occur as we hit success milestones. The plan would be for those credit sales to fund long-term management of the first bank and perhaps fund, if we decided to, the second mitigation bank.
So you ask yourself, why would we want to do this with these challenges? Initial cost, time frame to get a bank started. How would that benefit the county? Well, this is the purpose of the last slide of our presentation. Let's go forward. That's correct.
All right, so the benefits would be that the county projects could buy mitigation credits from County Mitigation Bank. This would potentially support transportation, which there are several road projects over the next 10 years, and bridge projects as well. Utility upgrades, including water, sewer, landfills, subsidized low-income housing projects, other county development projects such as perhaps libraries and parks, and then partnership projects, maybe with the DOT for some of the road projects that they need to expand in our community. We would have greater flexibility and certainty for county projects. We would not be dependent on the mitigation bank for credit availability, and it would reduce project delays due to sold-out mitigation credits from the banks. There would be predictable funding source for the county land management. We would be reinvesting into Manatee County's resources, and it would give us opportunities to expand green space, trails, and even passive recreation. And finally, there could be additional opportunities dependent on the site. For example, certain sites may have additional clean fill that we could use for construction and other mitigation needs such as floodplain compensation or wildlife. Thank you.
So the thought here is, again, why would we want to proceed in this direction? I would offer that Sarasota County faced the same decision over 20 years ago, and foreseeing their construction needs, they set about setting up a mitigation bank for their uses. And they've been ahead of the game ever since. And DOT has worked with us because we've had opportunities for them to have their mitigation take place on our property at considerable savings to them, and it's helped us with our own land management needs on those same properties. So we've been willing to and embraced DOT's request to use some of our public lands for their mitigation, and they have paid us for it. But to have Manatee County in a position to have its own mitigation bank is the direction we would recommend we follow. It eliminates the uncertainty of whether or not there may be a bank credit available at the time we need it. It eliminates the uncertainty and better defines the cost of construction projects, because mitigation banks is a market economy. Mitigation banks can set their own fees due to scarcity. Less mitigation bank opportunities, the higher per credit fee they can charge. Right now, they're charging $200,000 a credit, which required us to pay over $1 million to offset the impacts of 44th Crossing, I-75 at Lena Road. And so the county has the land, and the county can get additional lands that would support our own banking program here from Manatee County. It's a cost-effective move. It's not a no-cost move. It will cost us funding to set it up. But once it's up and running, I think the savings will return not only in dollars and cents, but more and most importantly, it would be the savings in the certainty of the big 6 transportation projects. It would be the savings in the certainty of always knowing that we have a mitigation opportunity and pathway available to us, and not dependent upon the private sector. The private sector will have plenty of sales available to them to the private market. Each development faces these same costs and these same impacts. So we're not going to be challenging the private market, the private mitigation bank market. We're going to be focusing at first upon meeting our own needs, meeting our own costs, and keeping those costs as low as possible. Low-income housing, carries development costs, and some of those are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of mitigation costs. If the county had its own bank, this would be one way we could lower those costs even further. So I don't want to lose that thought too. Many people, this is just a road project and an offset, but it expands to other facilities and other buildings as well. But thank you.
There we go. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Charlie, I think my question is probably for you. You said we have the land to do this. What land are you referring to?
There are two locations currently. One is at Hidden Harbor, in the areas that Florida Communities Trust, our funding partner, have identified for restoration. And this would give us an opportunity to offset some of those costs by applying gas tax money to take care of those restorations at a lower cost than a mitigation bank would otherwise ask for. We can do transportation mitigation at Hidden Harbor, and more so prepare for the new Fort Hamer Bridge, providing for the embankment soil that's going to be necessary there. When we create the wetlands we're going to create, we'll have to lower the grade of the elevation. That dirt becomes available, stockpiled for the future bridge construction. We also have, at another location, we also have the opportunity to continue some of the restoration at DeWitt Preserve, working for those areas, especially those that had been diked and ditched by the former owners almost 30 years ago to provide more range for cattle, more pasture for cattle, and in doing so dried up the naturally occurring wetlands. We can return to those areas and reestablish those wetlands and obtain the mitigation credits we're talking about here.
So, and DeWitt is the same watershed, correct?
Yes.
How many acres do we have at DeWitt?
We have 22,000 acres at DeWitt, but after 30 years of restoration activities, the acreages available for mitigation, I'm going to say, are somewhere less than, somewhere less than 1,000 acres, and we're looking at that now. That's part of the feasibility study we set at the beginning.
And so we've already done some wetland mitigation at Hidden Harbor, correct?
Yes, we have, and I might add, we've done the mitigation at DeWitt for FDOT.
So why is this before us today? If we're already doing this and we're already able to do it, why are we doing, what's different?
We took the option, what's called, what is the last option? Permittee responsible mitigation.
Charlie, let me just cut to the chase.
Sure.
My district needs parks. You know my district needs parks.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that this just isn't a really clever way to take away one of the few spots that maybe I'll be able to build a place for kids to play.
Right.
That's what I think it is. That's all that makes sense, because you're already doing all kinds of wetland mitigation at Hidden Harbor. So why come before us today? DeWitt's got 1,000 acres, you're telling me. It's in the same watershed as Hidden Harbor. So if we're willing to make this motion and take the portion of Hidden Harbor that is now open for me to put a park for kids, if we're willing to take that off the table and put DeWitt in it, I am all for this motion, and I apologize for being short. But if we're not willing to do that, then we're taking one of the only options I have, because you know and I know and the rest of the world knows that every developer, the land as lots to sell a house is worth so much money. So, how am I, and I've got to come up with the money to buy. I've got soccer teams, thousands of kids, literally, I'm not exaggerating, thousands of kids on Saturdays that are showing up at Buffalo Creek to play soccer. Their families, their parents, and I'm trying, and I keep hearing, well, someday in the sweet by and by, we'll figure it out. But doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's getting to be more and more of the same, and it seems like you're taking something else off the table from the other side. So I'll support this. I'll even make the motion if we're going to take Hidden Harbor off the table.
Well, there's no motion.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it's on the agenda, so we could make a.
That's okay. Commissioner Ron just wanted to clarify that this is just informational, that he's not looking for action.
Motion.
Yeah. And Commissioner Sancher, if I may respond, we are not taking acreage away from athletic field construction at Hidden Harbor. The restoration we identify, Hidden Harbor, is along the floodplain of the Manatee River. It is on areas that are not proposed for any of the recreational amenities that have been discussed with you and us in conjunction. We are setting aside the acreage at Hidden Harbor that you would need for, no, let me rephrase that the board would direct us to go for the athletic improvements there at Hidden Harbor, providing you with the fields and the capacity necessary. I can give you that assurance.
Why are we here? Because you're already doing the mitigations at Hidden Harbor.
May I provide a little bit? Could we go back to the slide with the three options? I think that might be helpful and kind of because I think for me, so I work a little bit with the wetland mitigation banking, obviously not analyzing this, but with development projects where they have to pay into these. And so really, as Charlie mentioned, a mitigation bank is the easiest way to deal with it. If you know you're impacting a wetland, you just pay a mitigation bank. The problem is in every watershed, there's only one mitigation bank right now available, typically. Is that correct? There's about one.
Yeah,
It
yes.
varies, but in the main Manatee watershed, I think there's one, right? And that's the one that impacts our county the most. So there's one game in town. They name the price, the developer or even the county in the CIP projects have to pay. And so this is giving an option for that option number one. But again, it's up to the commissioners to determine where that would be. And typically they have to be in areas where a wetland is already established and you get credits based on the health of that wetland.
So since we're going through some of the background from the past, so when I came to the county and was, elected as a county commissioner, Charlie was in charge of the environmental and parks. So we've had lots of conversations about both of those things. He knows that I'm a champion of both. I believe. And then we've talked about Hidden Harbor, and then we've talked about all the, the different options for soccer and baseball in my district. Now, Charlie's only in charge of environmental and not in parks. Now, Charlie's first love is hard as environmental, so I'm glad that that's where he's at. I like that we have that, someone that's passionate about it. But I just recently went to parks within, I believe, the last month and said all my options that we had on the table for me to get soccer fields and baseball fields are dwindling away. The chances of one of these, these deals going through is basically not zero from what I can see. I said, I need a Hidden Harbor. Let's put them at Hidden Harbor. And then they showed me where the cutoff was between our land and some of the land that was set aside. I said, let's talk to whatever the name of the agency is that we have the deals with, get as much of it as we can to put these fields. We'll be smart about how we do it. I'm not trying to, hurt that area environmentally any more than, and of course, we've already done a lot of improvements to that area, and we already have Duet in the same watershed. So I did that just a few weeks ago, and then now here we are. So I am sure that, sure there's no relation, but it feels like it's sitting here that I'm going to end up being told, yeah, see, it's the same amount of athletic fields we said before, exactly one field. And I need more than one field because we're approving more than the kids, more families to live there than can play on one field moving forward. I've said my piece. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, reply one more time on that. I don't have amnesia. I know full well the requirements you're facing, we are facing for North County. And that is why when we set out a restoration diagram for Hidden Harbor 5-6 years ago, which has not changed, there was acreage set aside at the locations necessary for at least 4 soccer fields in one location and double that amount in a property that we have not even planned for. So our department is working with Property Management and Sports and Leisure Services Division and your project managers to identify where sports and leisure can be part of the Hidden Harbor plan without reducing the acreage available to those properties. This is like Bennett Park. And
So I mean, you're confirming, though, exactly what I said. It's basically when Park said, hey, what's the most land we can come up with for a park, then you brought this forward to say, let's start a mitigation program, even though we already have a mitigation program, even though we've already sold mitigation credits to the DOT, here we are with a program so that later on, when we say, well, we need a little bit more room for another field, we can say, no, sorry, that's part of our mitigation program.
No, in contrary, I think the general development plan proposals for Hidden Harbor are going to show you the full utilization for athletic fields, and we'll be working around that. It's the other way around. Priority here is for athletic activities there, and then restoration around the edges, in the floodplains and the near advice. We haven't changed that plan at all. This has not changed that at all. It's looking to how to, in effect, monetize some of the restoration we plan on doing there and have been for many years. But it's not a zero-sum game by any means. I would not be offering, we as a county are a team. You know, we don't take away from another opportunity. We try to maximize the opportunity, optimize the opportunity for all the features. There's never been an intention to bring in restoration that would reduce the athletic field opportunities at that property.
Just to be clear, we don't have a wetland mitigation bank at this time.
No, we do not, and it will take approximately 2.5 years to get there.
Right. And I did email Deputy County Administrator Bishop to perhaps set up a briefing with Charlie Hunsicker, and they can go around to the commissioners and discuss the locations that they're considering and where those concepts are for potential parks or fields. We're happy to do that. I think that would be maybe the best.
If you're finished, sir, I'm next on the board. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I'm just going to, Charlie Hunsicker, Commissioner Ron, this is a great concept, a great idea. I love it. Honestly, I'm surprised Charlie didn't. You may have thought of it years ago and didn't have the support for it with the other board, but I'm surprised you hadn't gotten this implemented sooner. This is right in your wheelhouse and your sort of way of thinking. So I love it. I also want to see soccer fields in Parrish at the same time. But there's a great presentation, good hire, smart idea. I'm supportive.
I agree with that. No, she's excellent.
All right. No one else is on the board for comments at this time. So I guess
I'm done.
We're finished.
That's
All right.
it.
All right,
Thank you very much for the update.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. County Attorney is here, and then we'll go to commissioner comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a couple of items to attend to as a result of the changes that have taken place in 2 subsequent meetings this week regarding
You just want to hold off for the next round?
officers. Well, I was asked to be here to do this, so I'm going to do my job, sir. So the first thing is that I went back and listened. I was in the elevator trying to get down here when the motion was made this morning. The motion was fine.
Okay.
And the board should call for public comment on that, and you can do it now.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on
What happened to
the action taken this morning in changing the board chair? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment at this time.
Thank
and
you,
go back
sir.
to Mr.
That's a
Clegg.
statutory requirement, but it doesn't have to happen at the time.
We did ask about it in our defense. We were told
I
it was
did
procedural.
catch that. I went back
Okay.
and listened to it, and I realized that. But the statute is a little tricky, so to be safe, I appreciate you calling for public comment.
I say in our defense, like we're like the 7 kids here, you know. We're like,
And it's
don't worry,
not,
Dad, we
because-
asked.
All
you know.
right.
I promise I'll make curfew. Dad.
Right. Well, if you talk to my sons, they say that's not a relationship you want to be in. So, but in any case, some changes happen automatically when we change officers because our rules of procedure provide that when a vacancy is created in the board officers, then the officers ranking below them automatically move up. So when we began the meeting on the 18th, we started with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge as chair, Commissioner Baugh as first vice chair, Commissioner Ron as second vice chair, and Commissioner Ballard as third vice chair. And then a motion was made to appoint Commissioner Ball as chair. And because of that, Commissioner Ron moved up to first vice chair and Commissioner Ballard to second vice chair. And that left the third vice chair position empty. And it remains so because the motion that passed this morning did not create another vacancy. It simply put Commissioner Van Ostenbridge back in the position of chair. So it remains that he is chair, Commissioner Ron is first vice chair, and Commissioner Ballard second vice chair, and the third vice chair position is empty.
So you need nominations for third vice chair.
There's two ways the board can handle it. That is one,
Okay.
and the other is you could change the other officer ranks, but the quickest way to resolve it is to nominate and vote someone in as third vice chair, and that fills all four officer positions.
We're entertaining motions.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Commissioner Bearden as third vice chair.
So we have a motion to name Commissioner Bearden as third vice chair. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. We'll open this to public comment. There's no one on the board to speak, so we'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on the nomination of Commissioner Bearden as third vice chair? Okay, seeing no one, we will close public comment, and we can just hold a voice vote, I'm pretty sure, at this point. No one's on the board to speak. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Baugh absent.
That's all I have, sir.
Okay, that was simple enough. Shall we start at the, do we start at 1 and go up for commissioner comments last time?
Apparently always last.
I like to zigzag every time.
Let Commissioner
Do you remember how we did commissioner comments last time?
What?
James, do you remember how we did this last time? Did we start with you last time?
Talked about doing one first, but then it didn't happen.
Okay, we'll
If I-
start with
if
one.
I remember.
Well, no, we'll start with one. That's cool. Start with one. I just tried to be equal and do it every,
Gotcha.
just look,
Thank
back
you,
and
Mr.
forth.
Chair. So working a little bit on, and I believe some of the other commissioners were as well, a video about animal abuse prevention, and got to go to Wolf's Born to Ride. And Kathy Wolf there was very accommodating. I got to ride Tyson, and I was a little rusty in the saddle, but there are no bones broken, and had a
Good news,
great
it's on
time.
video.
Yeah, it's on video, and
Bloopers reel.
and you get a picture afterwards of just glowing, just being on a horse, nothing like it. And so just encourage people to go, they do trail rides, so you're able to pay a reasonable fee for that. And let's see. Oh, and then I just wanted to, land use, being in District 1, and that's where all the land use is, it's never fun. So people that are in a particular neighborhood, like today we had Twin Rivers, and I just want to just do a little bit of catch up that, the Mulholland vote from the board got off the thoroughfare plan because people in Twin Rivers asked for it vehemently, and because there was a little bit of a mess up as far as where some of the sidewalks or the driveways were going straight onto the road. And so that was a part of that vote, and so voted against, against keeping that on the plan or in favor of taking it off the plan. This particular project came before us, and it had commercial in the middle of it and smaller lots, and voted against that project because we try to keep some continuity. And here we have a magistrate, so you got a judge or someone acting in the role as a judge who said, this is good stuff.
You can't talk about it.
Can't talk about what goes on in my district?
That's a quasi-judicial thing we just voted on.
So
Mr.
anyway,
Chairman.
I just want to say that's all open records. Those are all past votes that have already taken place long ago, months before that I'm saying what. And so then there was the vote today, which I will not comment on the vote today.
Thank you, sir.
But anyway, just to say, land use isn't always fun when it's in your backyard, but I do try to keep everyone's interest as balanced as I possibly can so that we can move forward and have a great community here in Manatee County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, thank you. District 2.
Well, being in District 2, I have a little bit of a different situation than Commissioner Satcher. I don't often see these big land use projects come up, so today was a little bit of an anomaly for me. It was great to see the passion of the Oneco community, everybody out in force. But that's all I've got. It's been an interesting few days. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing from District 3. District 4.
Nothing to report, sir. Thank you.
District 5 is not here. District 6.
I had the great opportunity to go up down to concessions for the inaugural opening, I guess, announcement for the World Champions Cup, which is essentially, it's like for the old school senior PGA, but it's no longer called it's called the Champions PGA. And so Ernie Ellis, they're going to have 3 teams, Team USA, Team Europe, Team International. They're all going to be meeting in December between the 7th and 10th, and it's going to bring a lot of people, and it's supposed to be on ESPN, which is probably going to go into 500 million, I'm told, households across the world. So it's really going to put Manatee County on the map. I know they're expecting a lot of people there, so it was pretty exciting. So Senator Galvano was there as well, and he definitely gave a shout out to the Manatee County Commission.
Are you going to play in the Pro-Am?
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, I know you got a big one, so you're last.
I was kind of trying to add it to the end of the actual agenda. I talked to Sarah about it, and she kind of explained it, but since Bill's here, this is more just a procedural question. I've talked to a lot of commissioners from a lot of other counties, and I was just at an all-day growth class, for lack of a better term, up in Tallahassee, where FAC put it together to go over land use meetings and rewriting comp plans and so forth, since it's very relevant to what we do. They seem to be surprised that when this board votes no on something, especially on a quasi-judicial matter, that we're not required to basically state our comment as to why. Because like a situation, and I won't go into a particular situation, especially one that just happened, but these things always go to court if they get declined. And then they come back, modify, whatever. But then our attorneys have to go and defend these decisions, but we're not stating, I'm saying no because this doesn't conform to a comp plan because of X, Y, Z to give us any level of a case or credibility. And other counties, I'm not saying all of them, and I'm not even saying they're right and we're wrong, but other counties have said, they basically asked their commissioners to be on record to state why they're declining something in the event it does go to court on a decline. I'm just asking you, is that supposed to be what we're supposed to be doing, and are we just kind of going against policy?
Well, Commissioner Cruz, the short and easy answer is that we do that, but that's why we bring it back to you in writing.
And that's what's there.
Yeah, it is a statutory requirement that when you deny a quasi-judicial item, you state for the record why it is denied. We prefer to do it the way we do it and bring it back to you in a written finding as opposed to going down the dais based on our experience in litigation. That's what has driven our approach. You could do it the way you're suggesting. We used to, and just go down. But the problem is, if somebody says something that's not a valid reason for denial, you can expect, and I've seen it happen,
Good,
that
but if
gets
they say
called
something that's not a
out.
valid reason for denial, it shouldn't be denied in the first place, then.
But it gets called out in the transcript at that point, and we have to litigate that. So this is what we feel is the more conservative and safer practice, but you could do it the way you're suggesting. We used to, and just do it right here in the meeting, but we prefer to bring it back in writing, and we did have to litigate that once some years back.
Here's
That's
the other
why we
reason.
do it the way
Here's
we
the
do.
reason it came up again, because I was at that meeting and people were kind of actually surprised we didn't, considering the deal flow we get here. Second is, it's not just for us. We don't like having endless land use meetings of stuff we're going to decline over and over and over again, and everyone pays attention to these. And the people who are going to eventually come in front of us pay attention to these. And the staff who has to determine whether or not something's in compliance and is going to get through to us pays attention to these. So not everyone pays attention to the denial thing that we kind of cram in at the back end a month later when everyone's forgotten about the project. They're paying attention now. And so, like, if we're going to deny something, we should want those applicants, those developers, those investors, our staff to know why we're declining it so they can make sure they're modifying their plans in accordance with what we're going to want to see when they bring them back and show some level of consistency up here. And instead, we just randomly, like we have denials where literally nobody even puts themselves on the board. Nobody comments one negative thing and then it gets declined. Like, that doesn't tell anybody anything. And again, however we do it and however you feel is legal is fine. I'm just asking because people were surprised and it happened to come up today and that brought it back to my attention to ask.
Well, it is a highly litigious issue, and we've had a lot of experience at litigating this stuff, a lot. And so I would suggest that if you want us to explore it further, the best thing to do is for us to talk to each of you individually, lawyer to commissioner,
Okay,
first.
that's fine.
I think
Do
that's
that.
what we
At the
will
very
do.
least, I'd like to
We
have
can
a
certainly
more
do that.
off-the-record conversation about this.
Sir, we will accommodate that.
It's been on my
Absolutely.
mind for about a month since I was in
Okay.
Tallahassee, but it just happened to come up today in this thing, and that
All right.
brought it back to my attention.
No problem. We'll be happy to come around and talk to each of you about it.
I appreciate it. And the only other thing I have to say is, I kind of half joked earlier, but I couldn't do anything, but, Commissioner Bauer brought up something else, and I voted the other way. I'd still have you consider what you're doing relative to the other vote that happened on Tuesday. I mean, I listened to the rationale for why you wanted to change the chair, and in all honesty, the rationale, while not unfounded, I hate not having information, had nothing to do, it's my commissioner comment, I can bring up whatever I want, whenever I want. You don't have to still be here, we have quorum without you. So, the justification for why you wanted to remove the chair had nothing to do with the chair. It had everything to do with the administrator. I don't think you're going to get what you want with that first vote on Tuesday. I think you're better served where you were, and I hope people rethink that before it causes more problems than what you think you're solving.
Okay.
Hold on, I can't bring it back up because I voted no. My point is, here's the reality.
Just to be clear, I think the two votes are getting conflated.
Okay, I apologize. I'm talking about the county, I apologize. I'm talking about the county administrator role. And here's why, because I'll talk directly to you, and I'm not talking down to you, I'm talking with you because you are new, and I'm not saying that as a negative. I was new as well. And you want information. You want to have information, but when I had the same problem that you're having with the last administrator, with Dr. Hopes, I set up monthly lunches with him to make sure I was getting downloaded what I want. I approached him and said, we're having monthly lunches, put it on my calendar, and then I added other meetings with him to get the information. I really wish you would consider doing that, because here's what it is, because if you want more download, if you want more briefings, you're going to bring somebody new in who's brand new. A month before our budget meetings start, he's going to walk past the boat ramps. He's going to walk past the surplus land. He's going to walk past the homeless initiative. He doesn't have time to do those things. For a month, he's going to spend 24/7 in Sheila's office working nothing but a budget. He's not going to have time to learn these projects and give downloads and give briefings for anybody. Then we go on recess. And during recess, we turn the entirety of operation of this county over to the county administrator. And they have to run the entire county in our absence for 5 weeks, not having full knowledge of the county because they're going to spend the whole first month dealing with the budget. By the time we come back from recess, we're already finished final round interviews for the next county administrator. You're not going to get the briefings you're hoping to get with a new county administrator. You're just going to cause more disruption for a small window of time as we're working through this. I appreciate the vote that changed things today for the benefit of 7 of us, but it's the other vote that affects 2,000 staff and 400,000 employees or citizens of Manatee County. That's the bigger vote. That's the more disruptive vote. So while I appreciate we're trying to calm things on our side of the dais, we need to calm things on the other side of the dais. I don't think you're actually doing that. And the concerns you had from a chair standpoint really resonated with the issues of the previous vote. I can't make any motion to do anything, but I honestly think I stand by it. It's in the best interest of county to leave where everything is right now and continue moving forward with a permanent administrator search that we're going through right now. It's in your best interest. I promise you that.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anything else? Any other new business? All right, we're adjourned.